So, good morning everyone. Right now, we will traverse one of the most occupied section in the laboratory, which is the clinical microscopy. So, the topics that we will be discussing are the following: UF500I, one-step pregnancy test, Hemoscreen occult blood test, parameters of urine, reagent strip, parameters of urine reagent strip, interferences in urine strips, the commonly identified hormone parasite, and the morphological characteristics of protozoa. So UF500I is a fully automated urinary screening system that analyzes both physical and chemical properties. So we all know naman nga kanang based sa atong experience sa lab, maka-give na siya o results according sa ilang physical and chemical properties. It has a principle of fluorescence flow cytometry or semi-laser technology, and electrical impedance, which identifies the cell size of the urine of the present cells in the urine, and it also uses the principle of light scatter, which identifies the cellularity. And again, UF500I is used for the detection and enumeration of bacteria and particles in the urine. So it has the qualities of so UF500I has the following qualities. It has a smart technology, high quality standardized results, easy to interpret, and it has a time-saving character quality. So why does it have a smart technology? It has an advanced flow cytometry with hydrodynamic focusing, and it has a specific fluorescent dyes, and it is producible. It gives reproducible measurement signals as what I have discussed, wherein it detects the size, the structure, and the fluorescence of the present particles in the urine. And why is it high quality and gives standardized results? It is because it reduces cross-contamination, it detects decreased bacteria concentration, it has a barcoding system, it has a daily quality control depending on the standard operating procedure of the laboratory, and it has a negative predictive value of 98.5%. So why is it easy to interpret? It is easy to read. It has a color-coded scattergram, and there is a definable flagging. So makita nato if naay something wrong sa parameters nga atong i-assess, and it has a rule-based flagging for positive results. And why is it time-saving? Because you just load the sample, and you can easily automatically have the results in just a span of minimum of 1 minute. And it has a maximum workflow efficiency, and it has a continuous loading up to 60 samples depende sa makaya sa machine. And it has also a bidirectional connection to LIS. So sa lab there is sa CUMC nagamit sila ng LIS. So in one-step pregnancy test, it is a rapid chromatographic immunoassay for qualitative detection of human chorionic gonadotropin in urine or serum to aid in the detection of pregnancy. So it is in vitro, and it helps in the detection of pregnancy. So the principle that it uses are two-side sandwich immunoassay for the detection of. So ato gid na remember guys, basta HCG ay basta one-step pregnancy test ang ina-detect ano niya kay HCG. Kung magas na sa atong exam, kaya atong So it has a test band region wherein the membrane is pre-coated with monoclonal anti-HCG CG antibodies, and it has a control band region which has an anti-mouse antibody. So kani sila mga band mo ni makita nato sa kuan bitaw kanang test strip nga color code. So the positive results indicates the red band, and negative result indicates an absence of red band. So regardless of the presence of HCG, as the mixture continues to migrate across the membrane to the immobilized growth anti-mouse region, a red band at the control band. So whatever kanang mahitabo gid sa testing nato sa control band, na gid na siya perme, mag-red gid na siya always. So if walay red, it means invalid ang ato ang ay something wrong sa atong strip. So the reagent and materials supplied in once the pregnancy test for test strip, so naay duha ka gina-use sa laboratory. Test strip kani nga igora siya i-dip sa urine, and test card wherein kani mag-use siya dropper. So makita nato sa materials, it has a foil pouch with a desiccant. So simple lang siya. And for test card, foil pouch with a desiccant, and nasa yung plastic wrapper. Ano siya? And package insert. So right now we will see the procedure for test strip.
The Self-Diagnostics One-Step Pregnancy Test is a product of outstanding quality that's reliable, fast, and easy to use. Because we know that there is hardly any test result that is awaited with as much anticipation as the result of a pregnancy test. You can use this pregnancy test as early as the 10th day after conception. Always start by reading through the instructions carefully. Do not use tests with damaged pouches or beyond the stated expiry date. You can also find brief instructions on the pouch. Collect the urine sample in a cup. Only open the pouch immediately before performing the test and remove the test strip. Immerse it in the urine sample for 15 to 30 seconds until the entire result area is a light pink colour. Make sure the horizontal line is not dipped into the urine. Remove the test strip from the sample and place it on a clean and flat surface. Read the result after 3 to 10 minutes. Two red lines, the control line and the test line, become visible. There is more than a 99% probability that you are pregnant. The two lines may have different colour intensities. If the test result is not clear after 3 minutes, wait another 5 minutes and read the result again. Usually the intensity of the test line will increase during this time, which will help you to interpret the result. In the event of a positive result, please contact your doctor for an appointment.
Okay, so mo to siya ang test strip. So kani card test. Like pag siya procedure.
Actually, take the test. That's what you want to do is you want to wash your hands, then collect the urine specimen by peeing in a cup and then wash your hands again. So we've collected a urine specimen and I've put on my gloves, but before we actually do the test, let me explain this test to you. Whenever you do a pregnancy test, always look at the test itself. Because here, this area with this arrows pointing is where we're going to drop the urine in. And this particular test requires 3 drops of urine.
Clean mic. Very good.
And then over here you see a C and a T. The C is the control area, and you will definitely get a line here. And this is a good thing because this is telling you that the test works and that you added enough urine.
Basta,
The T part is the test part, and if it is positive, you do have HCG in your urine.
Basta, mana siya ang procedure niya, guys. Same with urine
A line will
test.
pop up
Pero,
here.
kanina
Now,
mag-use lang
the
sa
darkness
dropper.
of the line, how
3 drops ang usually nga ginabuhat diri
fast
sa
it pops up will vary from person to person depending on how far along you are in your pregnancy. So read the manufacturer's results for how long you need to wait before you read the test results. Now we're going to do the test. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a test that is positive versus a test that is negative. So you can see the differences. Here we have our droppers, and they contain our urine sample. We use the droppers that came with the pregnancy test to withdraw the urine. In this top dropper, we have urine that contains HCG. And how I know that is because it's my urine and I'm pregnant. This bottom dropper contains urine that does not have HCG in it. It comes from my husband, so he shouldn't have HCG in his urine. So what we're going to do is we're going to add 3 drops of urine to each test. So add to this top one. This is the urine that has the HCG. So 1,
So 3 drops lang.
3. And then we'll add drop here. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to let that go for 3 minutes because for this particular test, they say to wait 3 minutes to read the results, but don't read the results after 5 minutes because they won't be valid. So it's been 3 minutes. Now we're going to interpret our results. So as you can see here in these tests, we have a line in both of the control areas. This tells us we added enough urine and that this test is working. However, in this pregnancy test here on the top, there is a line in the test area. So it's positive, which tells us that it detected HCG in the urine. However, here on the bottom, this bottom pregnancy test, there is no line in this test area. So it is negative. It tells us that it did not detect HCG in that urine sample.
So, mga to siya, guys. I hope na nagets na nato. So, as what they have said in the interpretation of result, negative kay 1 band lang makita sa C-region control and no positive 2 sa test and control. Invalid absence of purple band lang control. So, based sa reaction sa girl, unsa man yun? Sarap. Joke lang. O bala ka siya. So, now we will proceed to hemoscreen cough blood. So, it is a rapid, convenient, and non-offensive qualitative method. It is cost-effective test designed to collect and test specimen for signs of occult blood, by which an early sign of colorectal cancer. So, compared to other colorectal cancers, what I said, it is non-offensive. It is used in routine hospital screening, mass testing program for colorectal cancer, and in testing of post-operative patients and newborns. So, mana siya. Familiar ba ang kaninga Murag naka-experience ta na? So, the principle that it uses, the hemoglobin portion comes in contact with GAIA. So, kaganiha sa one-step pregnancy kay HCG, there is a occult blood hemoscreen, GAIA ang atong ikanang ikuan sa itong mind. So, when the hemoscreen peroxide developing solution is added, a GAIA peroxidase-like reaction or pseudo-peroxidase activity of the hemoglobin occurs. The chemical reaction becomes visible by the appearance of blue-green color between 30 to 60 seconds if occult blood is present. So, if positive, natay blue-green na color nakita. So, the reagent material supplied, natay hemoscreen slide and hemoscreen developer. So, sa hemoscreen slide, na siya special electrophoresis paper with natural GAIA resin and positive, na siya monitor, the positive and the negative. Positive turns blue if functioning properly, and a hemoglobin-derived catalyst is present on the slide. And it also have a negative monitor for GAIA impregnated, which has a Gaia impregnated paper. And Hemascreen developer, kaning developer kay katubit ang butang liquid sa atong slide. So it is a stabilized mixture of hydrogen peroxide, less than 6%, and it has a 75% denatured ethyl alcohol in the aqueous solution. So the materials, so as what I have discussed ganina, nasa slide, and nasa developer. So mo yung slide, mo din yung developer. So, and naato'y applicator para pangkuha sa specimen and pang-mix. So, mo ni siya ang sample sa makita nato kung mag-perform tag sa lab. So, mo ni siya ang negative. Mo din ni siya ang positive. So, ato ang makita gid ang difference kapag naay something blue sa iyahang sa iyahang result, it means nga positive siya for occult blood. And negative din kung wala na. So, ano yung procedure? Nag-loading na start.
Okay, so hello dears. Ayan, so for this video, what I'm going to show you rather is our testing for the fecal occult blood test. Alright, or testing for fecal occult blood DI, alright, using our HEMA-Screen. Ayan, as you can see, yung HEMA-Screen. Again, most of your testing for occult blood, again, follows the same principle of blood sa imong urine reagent strip, which is the pseudoperoxidase activity of hemoglobin. Now, this particular HEMA-Screen, iyahang developer is using the guaiac test, okay? Alright, and again, the importance of your fecal occult blood is, we determine occult blood or hidden blood, okay? So, blood na dili visible sa naked eye, alright? But it's still significant. And usually, asa nato ginagamit? Usually for detection of colorectal cancer, di ba? Okay. Alright, so atong open dito, unboxing, yes, HEMA-Screen. So, as you can see, muna siya yung mga HEMA-Screen, alright? You have an insert, so procedure, and then you have the stick, okay? Kung asa mo gamiton ang pag-smear sa stool, and you have our color developer, okay? Alright, color developer. Ay, sorry. Hindi siya okay, color developer. Okay, as you can see, now our HEMA-Screen, ayan mo yung front. Okay, muna siya ang front. Muna ang front. Ayan, alright, muna ang front. Okay, so as you can see, of course, before we test, we label. Okay, so ako na i-open. So, diri na to i-smear ang duha ka stool. Okay, usa diri, and then usa pod diri. Napod siya instructions diri. Okay? Alright. And then, after a while, atong tabunan, and then, pag butang mo sa likod, diri na mo ibutang ang imuhang developer sa smear 1, smear 2, and then after, mubutang po ka diri for performance monitoring. Okay? Alright. Ayan. So, this is your HEMA-Screen. Okay? Alright. For, again, fecal occult blood testing. Okay. Okay, alright. So, now we'll go to the testing proper. Okay. So, of course, we have here our disposable or atong waste container. Alright. And then, our stool sample, HEMA-Screen developer again, and your HEMA-Screen again, testing. So, ako na siyang i-label daan. Alright. Always label before you test. Okay, so now we get our, oh my gosh, Lord. Okay, so we now get our stool specimen. As you can see, okay, of course, you've handled stool na. So always do your best na open lang gamay para di kayo baho. Okay, so I'm holding my breath. And then try your best na siya sa different areas, no? Okay, right? Okay, and then we open. Oh, God, I'm holding my breath. Okay. Alright, and then smear. Lightly. Kaya mo first pad. Okay, and then balik ta sa stool sample. Try your best na different areas na po, ma-poke ang different areas. Alright, para makuha good. Okay. Alright. So open. And then make a smear. Ano kung gamete? Okay. Alright. Medyo hugaw kaya kung pag-smear. Okay, alright, that's done. And then, sarado, of course, lapay sa ninyo ang container, no? And then, at the back, okay, open. Ayan, so as you can see, maklaro naman kung asa ang smear. So you put 2 drops of the developer, okay? So 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Alright. Ayan. And then we wait for mga 30 seconds. Alright? Okay. Ayan. And again, ang positive result na to is the appearance of any color blue. Alright? And then we interpret it dapat within 2 minutes. Any color reaction after 2 minutes, ato na siyang i-discard. Okay? Alright. Or we don't interpret it. Okay. So that's for your HEMA screen. Ayan. So, okay. So, after 30 minutes, alright, so we'll interpret now the results. So, of course, we'll like color blue of anything. So, this is considered negative. Okay? And, nabutan na po ko sa center performance testing or something. As you can see, wala siya ni color blue, no? I think expired na siya na test. But, yeah, that's the point. Okay? So, dapat any color blue within 2 minutes, dapat pili after 2 minutes. Okay? And again, it follows the principle of pseudo-peroxidase activity of hemoglobin para sa mukhang urine. And nasa rin siya important, again, for mass screening, especially for colorectal cancer. So, alright. So that's for fecal occult blood test using our HEMA screen.
Yes, supposed to be katong bitaw matubos, butong kuan, control. So control ko siya para wala ko na kita niya ang color blue gift.
Pero na ko example ato sir sa kuan
Sa positive.
positive.
Positive ka.
Kani.
So ingala siya, mura siya
Kailangan dua ka boto.
blue gift kay siya.
Panel.
So ang purpose sa duha na kaya pero dili ko pa sa mag to specimens sa pwede sa isang state. Same na siya. Ang purpose lang ng duha para different areas sa school. Wala ko takabalo sa lapit ang red blood cells. So ang rule of the thumb, ang first area or number 1 na sila sa gabi sa kung muli lugar ang tali ko ay sa pilit ang second sa mga sa tali ko ang ay sa dito.
Urinalysis is the beginning of laboratory medicine according to Strassinger on its book Analysis of Urine and Other Body Fluids on its 5th edition. So, good morning sir, good morning co-interns. So, urinalysis, yes sir, Lawrence Rita May sir. So, before we start with the topic given, let's have a brief introduction of what urinalysis is. So, urinalysis aims to detect and manage a wide range of disorders such as urinary tract infections, kidney diseases, and diabetes. So it involves not only the physical aspects of the urine, but also the chemical and microscopic examination. So, when you say physical examination, it is one of the earliest signs of diseases. So, even people not medically associated, di ba, kay maka-identify sila nga kanang may changes silang urine. So, muna nga malod sila nga kanang magpa-medical check-up na lang sa siguro ko, inana. So, it involves the checking of the color and turbidity. So, for chemical examination, or the glucose, protein, bilirubin, and others, are parameters in checking for chemical examination. So, it uses the reagent strip, which will be discussed later. It is in order to identify, quantify, or characterize a chemical group or compound. So, a testing of urine sample in a microscope is called the microscopic examination. So, makita nimo ang blood cells, crystals, bacteria, parasites, casts, and cells. So, it is a confirmatory test. So, kung mayroon ka confirmatory test, dapat mo-correlate ang imuhang imuhang result sa chemical examination o sa physical examination. Kay kung dili siya mo correlate is kanang if nag-use ka o katong iyahan ni ay basta sa kay sir. Kung nag-use ka sa katong iyahan ni Zai nga katong UF 500i is na need gid sa di mo siya kanang confirm sa microscope. So, reagent strip test is a fast, qualitative, and semi-quantitative dip and read test. So, it aids in the general evaluations of health and in the diagnosis and monitoring of metabolic and systemic diseases. So, it is a colorimetric analysis, which means that a color-producing chemical reaction takes place when an absorbent pad, katong absorbent pad ng reagent strip is ma-dip sa urine. So, natin siya colorimetric na analysis. So, parameters of urine reagent strip includes the glucose, protein, bilirubin, urobilinogen, pH, specific gravity, blood, ketones, nitrite, and leukocytes. So, kani siya, based siya sa kadong urine strip na itong gigamit, which is the Ocean 10V. Pero napayubad na kanang gagamit sila nga kadong 4 parameters lang. So, parameters of urine reagent strip. So, kanina itong ginagamit is ang iyang parameters, katong, di ba, 10 man ka parameters. Ang 9 ka parameters na ito, kay iyang seconds nga kanang pwede na siya i-examine is 60 seconds. Then, ang isa ra kabuk nga nakalaki, which is the leukocytes. So, ang principle sa glucose is glucose oxidase peroxidase chromogen reaction, which produces the purple color. So, naano siya double enzymatic reaction na ang glucose oxidase kay mag-react siya sa peroxidase, then ang peroxidase kay mag-react na po siya sa chromogen. So, ang significance ana sa glucose is diabetes mellitus, pancreatitis of acromegaly. So, for protein, times 60 seconds gapon, then it is based on the principle protein error of pH indicator, which produces a blue color. Then, ang clinical significance niya kay renal diseases, stress, or exercise. So, kung naay ka ng frequent ang imong exercise o ganang grabe imong exercise o imong stress kay naay possibility nga mutaas ang imong protein. So, isa po na siya sa interferences. Pero, i-discuss na to later. And then, the next is bilirubin o urobilinogen. Time 60 seconds gapon. Dayon, ang kaning sa bilirubin o urobilinogen kay pareha sila nga reddish brown azo dye is obtained, pero ang sa bilirubin by the coupling of bilirubin with a diazonium cell. Then ang sa urobilinogen kay coupling of urobilinogen with a diazonium salt. So ang bilirubin kay kanang associated sa biliary obstruction, then sa urobilinogen is early detection of liver disease. Then, for the pH, 60 seconds gapon. Then, ang pH indicator mag-give of colors ranging from yellow to blue within the pH range of 5 to 9. Then, ang clinical significance, kay kung alkaline ang urine, renal tubular acidosis. Pero kung acidic ang urine, uric acid calculi. Then, ang specific gravity is based on cation extraction and the color reaction of pH indicator. Then, ang iyang clinical significance ani kay for monitoring of patient hydration and dehydration. Then, for blood is naay pseudoperoxidase activity of hemoglobin. It produces a blue color. Then, ang iyang clinical significance is renal calculi of hemolytic anemias. Then, for ketones, sodium nitroprusside forms a purple complex, and iyang clinical significance kay diabetic acidosis, insulin dosage monitoring. Then next is a nitrite, 60 seconds gapon. Then ang nitrite kay mo react siya sa sulfonamide para maka-form of diazo compound nga mag-couples with NADA HCl to form a red azo dye. So, ang clinical significance niya kay urinary tract infection. So, di ba, nakaingon ko kaganina nga kanang ang sa leukocytes kay lahi ang iyahang kanang time. So, dapat 90 seconds.
Pero kung mag-base food ka sa uban nga mga kuan kay ang ilahang sa leukocytes kay 120 seconds gid siya, dili siya 90 seconds. Pero kani ang ako kay base lang siya sa atong gigamit nga urine strip. So ang prinsipyo niya kay leukocyte esterase. So naa na siya esterase activity in leukocytes nga kanang naay endoxyl nga ma-release from the substrate. Then katong endoxyl couples with iazonium salt to form a purple azolite. Then yung clinical significance kay urinary tract infection. Please ang procedure.
In order to test urine for potential infection, it's important to do urine dipstick test. To do the test, you'll require a watch, a urine sample pod, and a urine dipstick testing kit. It's important to ensure that the urine sample tube is labelled correctly. The urine sample tube should include the name of the patient, if they are in hospital, the ward number that they are on, the number of the patient, the specimen, the date of birth of the patient, the time the sample was taken, and the date. The urinalysis reagent strips will come in a tube similar to this. You should always check that the expiry date has not been reached. When the patient is ready, you should ask them to provide a sample of urine into the pot. You should ask them to try and fill up to the 20 milliliter line so that the reagent strip can be dipped fully into the pot. Once this has been done, take a reagent strip from the pot. Replace the lid so that no air gets into the pot, because this can affect the remaining reagent strips, and place it on top of the pot. Then take your urine sample, unscrew the lid, and place the reagent strip fully into the urine so that all colours are immersed. Once this has been done, remove it. Leave it on the side. And start your timer. This should be done for 1 minute. At exactly 60 seconds, you should read the strip. You should hold it against the pot and compare it against the colour chart. As you can see from this indicates that the urine sample that was tested was normal, as can be read by this first column by comparing the colours. If the urine was abnormal, you would be able to see whereabouts it was abnormal by looking at the different colour charts and comparing it. When your timer reaches 90 seconds, you should then compare the urine dipstick to the chart for leukocytes. This can be done by reading this top column. As you can see, the findings from this urine sample were negative. Once you've done this, you should dispose of the urine into the appropriate clinical waste bin.
So, mata siya ang procedure. So, the next topic is general interferences in urine strip. So, ang process niya kay failure to test within 2 hours of collection or to preserve correctly. So, ang possible effect niya kay changes in chemical composition. So, ang kaning mga chemical composition nga pwede mag-change kay ang color nga mo-darken siya due to oxidation of reduction of metabolites. Then, ang glucose kay mo-decrease siya kay di ba ma-use naman siya dahil kay wala man siya na properly preserved. Then, for bilirubin, mo-decrease gyapon siya kay na may exposure to light. Then, kung ang other parameters nga mo-decrease gyapon is the ketones, urobilinogen, red and white cells, and fast may decrease also. So, the next is failure to bring refrigerated specimens to room temp before testing. So, na false increase in specific gravity. So, ato dapat na siyang kanang take note nga kanang ang refrigerated sample is i-allow pa nato nga mo sit at room temperature for 30 minutes before performing, since muni nga kanang mag-falsely increase lagi ang specific gravity. And then the next is the failure to mix specimen well. So false negative leukocyte o blood. So mo man gid na di ba nga before gid ta mag-test is ato gid siyang i-mix kay naay falsely negative sa leukocyte o blood kay ang RBCs man god og WBCs kay pwede sila mulugdang. So muna nga kanang i-mix gid nato siya og taro. And then failure to follow manufacturer's instructions. So klaro naman na, erroneous results, then failure to dip all test pads in urine, false negative reactions, kay katong mga parts nga wala na dip, syempre wala ba siya na dip, so dili gid siya mo process. Then prolonged dipping, false negative reactions gyapon. Okay? So kaning prolonged dipping kay mag false negative reactions gyapon siya kay reagents may leach from pads. Then, diri na ta sa specific interferences in urine strip. So, ang pH, kay mo increase siya sa improperly preserved specimen. Say, because naay breakdown sa urea to ammonia by urease producing bacteria / loss of CO2. Then, decrease siya kung acid runovers from protein square. Then, kaning sa protein sad, kay kanang falsely increased siya in highly buffered alkaline urine, prolonged dipping, contaminated container, and increased specific gravity. So kung natingala mo kung asa ni ako gipangbuhatan na nara siya sa kadtong kanang package insert nga gihatag. Then decreased false negative ang protein sa acidic urine. Then sa glucose kay increased or false positive sa oxidizing substances such as hypochlorite and chlorine and acidic urine, then decreased or false negative sa large amounts of ascorbic acid. The next pagyud, ang ketones mo increase kung naay red pigments, dyes, o some medicines. Then mo decrease siya kung improperly stored, mga kung gingon kaganina, and acetone is volatile, bacteria break down acetoacetic acid. Then, ang increased false positive sa kanang gidugo mo, kay syempre, ma-detect magyapon ng RBC, kay nabe RBC ang atong menstruation. So, then, oxidizing agents, bacterial peroxidase. Then, mo-decrease siya kung na increased ascorbic acid, increased nitrate, increased specific gravity, and unmixed specimen. Kay katong sa unmixed specimen, kay mulugdang ang blood or ang RBCs. Then, ang sa bilirubin, kay may increase siya sa highly pigmented urine, then exposure to light, ascorbic acid, nitrate, mo ito nga kanang dapat ma-properly stored gid sad ang bilirubin kay tungod atong exposure to light. Then ang urobilinogen kay same sila sa bilirubin nga may increase sa highly pigmented urine, then decrease sa improperly preserved specimen kay nay oxidation to urobilin, then formalin. Then, next is the nitrate, increased sa highly pigmented urine, improperly preserved specimen containing bacteria that produces nitrates. Then, ang decreased or false negative in ascorbic acid, then increased specific gravity. Then, sa leukocyte esterase, kay ma-increase siya sa formaldehyde bilirubin, then ma-decrease siya sa increased glucose, protein, ascorbic acid, specific gravity, antibiotics, and katong reading too soon. Kaya di ba ang leukocyte ang pinaka dugay nga dapat nimo siya ma-read, which is kung sa uban pa nga mga urine strip is 120 seconds, pero sa ato 90 seconds. Then sa specific gravity, when falsely increased siya kung naay increased na protein. Then falsely decreased siya kung highly buffered alkaline urine. So, the next is the commonly identified helminth parasite. So, Ascaris lumbricoides is also known as giant intestinal roundworm. So, it is the most common human worm infection. So, makakos siya of abdominal cramps, intestinal obstruction, and pneumonitis. So, it exhibits heart-lung migration. So, unsa man ang heart-lung migration? Ang heart-lung migration is after ma-ingest nimo ang the hatch larva penetrate the intestinal mucosa and invade the portal venues. Then they are carried to the liver and travel via the hepatic vein to the right heart and into the lungs. So, infective stage is embryonated eggs. Pero kaning then ang iyang diagnostic stage kay katong larvae then or katong kanang eggs. Pero ang kanang eggs kay dili pa na siya mo makit-an diretso sa kanang imuhang feces. Makita pa na siya after pa sa 40 days na kanang infected ka. Then adult females are longer, o klaro man ba, mga females are longer and bigger, while males are shorter, niya nakod siya curved posterior end. Then, the next commonly identified helminth is the Trichuris trichura, which is also known as the whipworm. So, kani siya kay, pwede ka kung naa kay Trichuris trichura or ma-infected ka sa Trichuris trichura is, pwede ka magka-chronic dysentery, rectal prolapse, pero kaning siya, anemia, poor growth, and clubbing of the fingers. Pero ang isa sa kanang pinaka-imo din siyang dili gid mo siya limtan sa kaning Trichuris trichura kay kaning rectal prolapse kay kapila na gid ko naka-encounter nga ginapangutana gid na sa pictures. And then so next is diagnostic stage niya kay presence of eggs with prominent bipolar plugs. Kay di ba na siya bipolar plugs? And then muna siya eggs have prominent bipolar plugs, oval or football in shape, di ba? Isa sa din siya sa kanang dali ligid kay siya nimo madumduman bitaw kay kuan man gud siya kanang sa iyang more distinct kayo ang iyang morphology kay kanang na siya bipolar plugs. Dayon, iyang adult females are bigger of dako ang kuan females compared to the males. Then the next is the hookworms. So, hookworms is transmitted through skin penetration. It undergoes heart-lung migration, pareha dadon sa Ascaris lumbricoides. Then, it can cause iron deficiency anemia. So, ang diagnostic stage niya kay eggs with 2 to 8 cell stages in stool. So, ang iyang eggs kay cannot be differentiated from each other. So, muna siya ang kanang duha ka hookworms, which is the Necator americanus and Ancylostoma duodenale. So, ang Necator americanus is also known as the New World hookworm. So, kani siya, maklaro man imo no nga kanang kani siya wala siya teeth. Then kani Ancylostoma duodenale, which is also known as the Old World hookworm, kay naa siya 2 pairs of teeth.
So, right now, next topic is the morphological characteristics of the protozoa. So, ang important things lang ang mga atong in-illustrate. Sa Entamoeba coli, it is ang yung pathogenicity, kaya hindi siya pathogenic. Whereas ang Entamoeba histolytica, pathogenic siya that causes amoebic dysentery. So, isa sa mga cause ng pathogenic siya kaya tungkol sa iyang finger-like pseudopodia, and also it is actively motile compared to Entamoeba coli na it lacks pseudopodia and sluggish ang iyang motility. And also the nucleus for this protozoa are kanang mas large and distinct ang Entamoeba coli, whereas ang histolytica small siya and indistinct ang iyang nucleus. And their cyst sa Entamoeba coli na siya wala siya chromatid body, whereas ang histolytica na siya bar-like na chromatid body. So, walang siya.
Then, ang Entamoeba coli sa DI kay commensal siya. Then, ang katong histolytica is parasitic. That's all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Magdugang ako guys ha. As you are reporting the comment o gina-grade na ako. Anyways, katong sa first part, ay, ano na sunod?
Oh, yeah. Hindi na sir.
Pwede ito ma-open ka dyan ilang tayo. PowerPoint. Important kay kimugawas sa board exam. So, kindly take note ha sa inyong notebook or cellphone please. Kani, kabalo naman mo ano, di ba? Electrical impedance, light scatter, kabalo naman mo. So, kaning electrical impedance, ang principle same, di ba? Once ma-interrupt ang electrical impulse sa machine, count siya as one cell. Ang pag-identify na yun would be with flow cytometry, fluorescence flow cytometry. Actually, muna yun si light scatter. Kaya na laser, muigo sa cell, mo detect na siya of two types of scatter. Forward scatter and side scatter. Forward scatter identifies the actually kani si electrical impedance size kani siya and count. Hindi siya cell size yun, count yun siya. Ang light scatter, ang light scatter two types, forward scatter and side scatter. Forward scatter identifies the cell size and the side scatter identifies the granularity. Therefore, ang cell size plus cell granules identifies the cellularity or identifies the cell. Ang electrical impedance count yun siya. Count. Okay, mura mo na yung makuha. Pag ikapila na times na na-impede ang signal, muna siya ang count. Kani. To sandwich, importante, kung magawa sa board exam, no? Dapat ma-imagine ninyo, kasi pasabot ang mga sandwich, competitive, dalang na sila non-competitive, assay, ELISA, assay, pagpunta sa mga na. So, two side sandwich immunoassay, sa ngalan nga sandwich, na siya ginatrap, di ba? Kung ang sandwich na iban sa ubos o sa taas, na siya ginatrap nga patty, ibalik sa tunga, di ba? Ang patty na sa tunga. Same thing yapon sa human chorionic gonadotropin. So, ang test band region daw coated with monoclonal anti-human chorionic gonadotropin. But pasabot, ang sa test band area, ito na lang i-imagine na. Sige, dire. Meaning urine strip, di ba? For example, mo ni ang test band area. So, test band, control. Imagine ninyo. Diri daw na area na daw mga antibodies nga human chorionic anti-human. Meaning ginatrap nila ang mga HCG human. Dayon sa control band area na ay mga anti-mouse antibodies. So again, anti-human for anti-HCG, anti-mouse. So once you drip the urine na ay assuming pregnant ang patient. So na siya yung HCG, di ba? Which acts as our antigen. So antigen siya. So once ma-drop ang urine. By the way, ang katubitang murag well, kung asa ninyo ginadrop ang urine, nato siya mouse antibodies. Okay? Mouse antibodies. So, pag drip nimo sa urine, so ang antigen, which minsan gali antigen, si HCG, matrap siya sa kuan, matrap siya sa mouse antibodies. So as mo dagan na rin ang urine, assuming na kanang I don't know, sayo. lagi, sakto lagi. So, once mo dagan, for example, like, muni ang well, no? Naa si HCG, which is our antigen, and mouse antibodies. Kung walay kung walay HCG, so walay matrap ang mouse antibodies. Mouse antibodies. So, dili ang well, dili ang well, test and control. So, butang ta walay antigen ha, ay walay HCG, which is our antigen. So, ang naara nga antigen, or ang naara nga antibody is the mouse antibodies. So, once mo dagan mouse antibodies, siyempre si mouse antibodies will act as the antigen of the anti-mouse antibodies. Sabtan ba? Libog mo siya kay dagat ni anti-mouse antibodies. Ang bunta sa mo ni antibody siya against the mouse antibodies. Nagets? So kung walay HCG ang urine, so ang present ra is the mouse antibodies. Mudagan siya sa test strip, wala may human chorionic equal, so mulabay na siya. Pag-abot sa control, nga naada to si anti-mouse antibodies, iyang kontra ang mouse antibodies, iyang i-trap ang mga mouse antibodies. Unang mo, pula si control. Pero nasabtan na ninyo ako pasabot? Ha? Again, si mouse antibodies, walay anti. Si mouse antibodies acts as the antigen to anti-mouse antibodies. So, kung walay human chorionic antigen, ang test strip, mulabay na siya sa test strip area, dayon, i-trap na dayon ni anti-mouse antibodies ang mga mouse antibodies. So, muna mo pula. Assuming positive ang patient sa human chorionic antigen, itawag na siya sandwich niyo ng assay because, again, mouse antibodies, wala antibody. Si mouse antibodies mo, pilit siya sa inyong HCG. So, kibali, kung imagine ninyo ang sandwich na patty, which is the HCG, and the bun na nasa ubos, the top and bottom and ang bun. Ang nasa ubos mouse antibodies. Kaya kontra ni mouse antibodies si HCG. So, once mo dagan siya sa test strip area pa lang na diha si mouse antibodies and HCG. Paglaban niya sa test area, unsa ginaana sa test area? So kibali madugangan na po og antibodies ang nakapikit sa HCG. Duha na ang antibodies nakapikit sa HCG. Si mouse antibodies and si anti-HCG antibodies. Unang gitawag siya nga sandwich, kina-trap siya, unang mo pula ang test ratio. Lastly, ay wala ka, dago kayo mag-score. Usaptan, nag-yun ninyo ang inyong reporting. Diri na, importante siya, kay magawa sa board exam. Halos tanan ako mangutanan iingon sa inyo magawa sa board exam para maka sa inyo. So, ang principle sa ocean, it is a colorimetric analysis pero kulang pa niya. Paano siya? Ang colorimetric in a sense, mo color man siya. Pero ang mubasa sa color, reflectometry ang principle. The darker the color, again, kasi ba akong gingon sa inyo, pahalusa sa laboratory follows the Beer's law. The darker the color, the more light absorbed, the lesser light is transmitted. So, pag set sa machine ko yung murag gamay na lagi light ang na-detect na po, meaning taas ni siya o kuan. Taas ni siya ng kanina substance. And then, kani manggong kuan na to, kani itong reagent strip, kaning ocean, ano siya, specifically manufactured siya for this machine. Pero ang sa board exam, among gawas, take note. Lahi siya og seconds ha. Gina-follow. Please take down notes, bit. 60 seconds, muna siya mga following parameters. Sige, PH. Ang acronym is PAPA-BUN, PPBUN. PAPA-BUN. PAPA-BUN. pH, protein, blood, urobilinogen, and nitrite. 60 seconds na sila ha. Okay. Lahi manggod sa kani manggong ocean na ginagamit sa laboratory, mahalon manggod na siya, so dili tanan laboratory gagamit na. Specific gravity 45 seconds. Specific gravity 45 seconds. Ketones 40 seconds. Ketones 40 seconds. Ang 30 seconds is glucose and bilirubin. And then leukocytes, motong giingon ni Lawrence nga 120 seconds. So ayaw ni siya gamitan nga pa na mga bases sa board exam, kundi na siya mao. Okay, next. Ito lang. Ang taos po ng iyo, shine, kasi siya. Murag siya
siya yan. Ito na lang siya full.
Kaya siya, ang siga siya. Mura siya na shiny siya.
Yes.
Ang out duha po na may
So, good morning guys. Amo ang i-report is ang hematology section. So, Eri Milka Abellanosa, sir. So, ang first topic is, or ang first na nasa itong guide is ang quick panoptic stain. So, familiar naman siguro tatanan. So, ang principle niya is a differential staining method that permits observation of the blood cells. So, ang atong kinailangan is katong red, white, red, o katong purple nga solution nga naa sa hematology section. Muto siya ang quick panoptic stain. Kasi nakatry na mag-stain. Then, diba? So, dip. So, kaning mga ano is, muna siya example sa imong ma-observe if na-stain na ang smear. So, mag-smear man na siya. So, ang procedure ana niya is, first, prepare the blood smear on the slide and allow to air dry. So, katong naami sa hama na section na aside is, ang giingon ni Sir Rex sa amwa is, every time nga naay marag katong sa imuhang di ba, i-feed naman lang sa machine, then ang machine na din ang maghatag result. So if nabantayan nimo nga murag naay discrepancy or naay something abnormal sa iyang result, dito ka mag-smear, dito ka mag-stain. Pero if wala, release ra. So at that time ang good is naay sample nga murag leukemia ang case sa patient. So, gismear ni sir, and then, muna din siya ang procedure. So, nag-blood smear, siya na ang nag-blood smear, di pa. Tanaw lang sa amin niya kay, para dili mi masayot. And then, allow siya to air dry. Then, after air drying is, i-dip ang slide sa first solution. Ang first solution is clear siya. Ano siya? So, fixative na siya. Kana siya mga fixative is methanol. Sa katong sa notebook ang nasulat is 5 times, pero napud tong kang Sir Lance, napud siya another way sa iyang pag limot ko sa iyang pila ka times niya gidip, pero naa siya iyang own pod nga way. Ang next is blot siya sa ang smear, ang katong kuha na sa fixative is imo siya siyang i-blot, dili sa nimo siya i-diretso sa kuan, i-blot siya para drain tong excess kay masagol man tong mga gatulo-tulo pa sa next nga solution. So, after blotting, i-dip na po siya sa second solution which is ang eosin or kaning red nga solution. And then, 10 times siya. I-blot na po din mo siya sa katong paper. And then, third solution is methylene blue. So, same si eosin o methylene blue, 10 times. Pero as I said, katong Sir Lance is lahat po iyahang ang iyahang as sa akong ma-remember case 16 man siguro ang iyahang kanang methylene blue o ang iyang eosin or same man siguro din ang iyahang fixative or yung methanol lang is ang nakalahi. And then after ana is i-rinse siya sa distilled water, pero kato kay tap water ato ang gigamit down. Ang ingon sa ni Sir Rex, pag inana magud nga tap water, usahay uncontrolled ang imong pag-open sa kanang faucet. So, naay posibilidad nga kusog ang pressure. So, ang tudlo ni Sir Samoa is dili tong kung asa ang smear ipaigo ang water kung dili sa likod para at least man lang ma-wash away lang tong solution nga naa sa smear. And then after na is i-air dry na po siya, and then mo din siyang i-view sa microscope. Dayon, According sa kang Sir Rex is after nimo sa smear, if muraog ka nang ipasa mong gudo ni siya sa kang insider kang Bakla Myra sa mga histopathologist na to kay sila gyud ang mag-read kay sila gyud ang trained para mo kuan gyud kay kita di ba murag kuan mo to def count kanang basics lang pero kato yung mga naragi severe cases like leukemia ana ang histopath na nato ang mag-read yun ana so pasa din na siya dito sa histopath nga section. Next is by the way ang kabalo naman siguro tanan pero ana po si Sir Rex na sa feathered edge do kuno mag-read anang kay kung dito daw kadapit sa may application point kung asa nimo gi-drop kung bukan mas baga pa manggod ang smear so sa feathered edge mas klaro ang imuhang mas bungkag siya kay diha manggod sa body nga part namang siya posibilidad nga dense kayo siya kay naay rulu formation so dito siya sa feathered edge kay mas nipis man siya. Next is ang ACL Elite Pro. Kani siya is bantay ba itong murag abay sa top katong sa gripo nga machine katong ginagamit og blue top nga light blue top tube muna siyang ACL Elite Pro. So principle sa ACL Elite Pro old is photo-optical endpoint detection or turbidimetry and then ang newer is ang nephelometry. So ang kato siya is sa coagulation studies to siya nga machine. Ang nephelometry is not affected by turbidity. So ang kaning photo-optical endpoint muna siya ang turbidimetry. Muna siya ang gina-use yun since 1970 paghimo sa mga anang machine muna gina siyang gagamitan pero newer machines is nephelometry siya kay since ang nephelometry is dili siya apektuhan sa turbidity dayon ang sa kaning sa turbidity kay usahay makuan mo gud siya sa kanang mga lipemic or icteric nga mga samples di ba pag imuha na siyang kuan na kayo kanang turbid ra kayo or kanang light kayo og color sa usual gyud nga plasma ang icteric or ang lipemic so maka-interfere siya sa reading sa photo-optical endpoint. Since nephelometry is newer, dili siya affected by turbidity. So, ang nephelometry provides a quantitative but not functional assay of coagulation factors. It is often employed in complex automated coagulometers because it allows for both clot-based assays and immunoassays. Nephelometry style analyzers can be used to produce high volume multiple assay coagulation profiles. Kani mo si photo-optical endpoint detection is dali ra kay siya magamay lang nga siloy sa kanang turbidity sa imong sample. Pwede na mangud siya nga false negative or false positive since ang gina-detect ana is formation of fibrin strands di ba kay from the unsa man iyang purpose coagulation studies. So, ang formation of fibrin strands, yun ang yung main focus. So, kung naay gamay lang yun nga, turbid, nga nakakos nga turbid ang imuhang plasma sample, mag-error na si photo-optical endpoint detection or turbidimetry. Si nephelometry is newer man siya, so, and always remember na dili not affected by turbidity. So, kanang dili kay dako ang changes sa imuha or dili kay dako ang kanang effect sa turbidity sa imong sample sa nephelometry nga detection. So tuod sa sodium citrate so katong light blue and then ang kuana na siya is calcium kay iyahang kalimot ko calcium more on sa calcium siya nga related so mo ni siya ACL Elite Pro atong duha na siya dito sa HEMA. Next is Beckman Coulter Unicell DXH 800 and Sysmex XN 550. So ang kaning Beckman Coulter is katong dako kayo nga naay kato dapit sa may ano ko biometrics, and then ang kaning Sysmex XN kay katong naay gamay nga screen. So ang ilang principle is volume, conductivity, and scatter. So ma-relate na siya sa electrical impedance. So katong as what giingon ni Sir Sai is mugid siya ang basis, kaning electrical impedance is mugid siya ang basis for all hematology machines. Ani po is cells are good conductors. Good conductors siya kay katong gi-discuss ni Sir last time. Naay reagent nga isagol sa imuhang sample para diluent siya para effective ang kuan. Kay di ba electrical, so kanang electrical charge ang nakaanak sa pero naay video karon. Cells react by resisting, then the machine arranges the pulse. So, di ba, dako, papagamay, muto siyang katong gingon ni Sir, nga gamay kay siya nga tube kay in one line ang cell, so mapadako mapagamay, kanang ihang ma-differentiate kung unsa siya nga type of cell. And then, nara siya, si Beckman, then si Sysmex, dayon, naa siya, na ako yung video para sa dili ni siya pareha sa katong Unicell 800 pero same one na siya. cytopenia bitaw wala ko gid siya nga paan. Dili pa itong exact yun kung unsa ang ano. Dali na rin mag-start ang patuloy sa kibali. Yan na yung determine kibali. Mura siya differential count kay may balangin niya kung ano. Kung sa nga cell. So, dali siya. Katong electrical charge. Dili ma-happen. Ano siya wala? Mura siya ang charge. HCV, MCHC, MCH, napoy kadtong scattergram o katong histogram. Pero siya o color. Moto siya ang sa scatter. Then ang sa histogram dayon. Dili na ako ikuan. Next is CBC histogram. So, If nakakita mo itong i-demonstrate ni Sir last time, sa results is, dali ang results na ay, nani, nagway, mas accurate ni siya tanawon kani. Same siya og color gradient kagigamit adtong dito sa ato ang sa lab. And then sa CBC serum is oscillation, then I two aperture tubes to distinguish RBC from platelets and WBC from hemoglobin. Then these curves, also known as complete blood count histogram, are derived by plotting the size of each cell sa x-axis, kani axis. Each cell size na siya. And then ang y-axis is relative number, so unsa kadaghan. And then kani siya nga part is a shift on one direction or another can be of diagnostic significance. Kay gamay lang magud nga twitch nga gamay sa before sa atong main pulse, kay naamo gud siya pwede nga kanang discrepancy or naay, let's say kuan ba ka aron mga RBC fragments, mga kana bitaw yeah, you get it. And then nara ang reference range sa WBC is 35 to 450 femtoliter. Ang RBC is 36 femtoliter and above. Then ang platelet histogram is 2 to 20 femtoliter. So makita naman nga gagmay gyud ang platelet. So dani sa example, normal platelet distribution, di ba? Since gamay man siya, zero o di siya 20, 25. So 0 ay 2 man siya, so naa siya daning area. Duol kay siya sa 0, pero dili siya 0. Ang main kuan ani is katong Gaussian curve, kung gaana, kung bell. So kani siya platelet. Since ang iyang size range is 2 to 20 femtoliter, kanang dani gid siya duol. Though mura siya og 0, pero 2 duol lang siya. And then technicalities kayo aning CBC histogram, naa siya katong naa siya kanang raog kuan na dani 20 dani 100 dani. Then if naay significant kanang increase ibalik mo ni 20 mo increase ng gamay dani ang let's say platelet, lagi something wrong. Pero wala na ako siya gintod kay technical na kay siya, mas mudig in deeper pa sa CBC histogram. And then kani mo ni siya ang RBC. Ang kani siya examples lang ni siya nako nga gikuan. Wala na ko siya na ano, pero kana siya is sa normal nga RBC is kani. So, 36 man siya. Kani is, hindi lang ko siya mag 36 din siya nag-start. Then 100 dayon ang kani. So, 36 siya nag-start. 36 and above. So, wala. So, di ba, wala siya nag-stop. Pero, hindi siya, tibalik, mas daghan ang duol sa 36 na number sa ganyan. So, taas man kay siya dani dapit in between 36 and 100. So, dani nga size, kani sila nga mga sizes ang daghan. So, naog din siya. Di ba katong sa Gaussian is, dili siya mo stop yun, di siya mo zero, infinite ang iyang pag-move sa size. So, katong sa example, makita nga kani siya, ambot makita ninyo dyan sa likod, pero naa siya, muli siya ang Gaussian ang main pulse sa RBC, pero naa siya kanang rao gamay nga pulse, kaya nag-start pa up. So, meaning, kani siya is naay RBC fragments. Ang RBC fragments kay mas gamay din siya sa from the word itself, fragment. So, mas gamay na siya sa normal size RBC. So, 50 ni siya, pero since 36 man, gibay 50, magod 50, 100, so 36, naas siguro na 36. naay pulse na gisaka before 36 or 36 kalimutan siya, meaning naay something wrong. Isaka siya, meaning naay fragments or microcytic or BC. Gagmay kay nga RBC. So, nakita siya before 36. Kani siya is naa siya na ni, okay? Sulod siya sa criteria nga 36 femtoliter and above. Pero pag abot na ni ay gagmay, inana ka gagmay nga pulse, naagid siya significance. So sa anin niya nga example, kani siya is macrocytic target cells. Macrocytic man siya, so dagko. So naka siya, dagko naman nga sa 200, 300. Then mo pulse siya. Yung dapat diba, ang kato sa normal kay, ana na siya din. Ana din straight. Kani kina-shape, kani nga mga pulse. So muna siya ang macrocytic. Ang next diode is kani. Mura siya og gisaka balik. Mura siya og pareha sa WBC ka. Ang WBC kay anak ko man siya. Okay, since daghan man siya. So kani siya, ang kuanan niya is wala ko makita. Pero naa siya, pag kuana man siya, from kani pa lang lahat, gamay ganito siya. Hindi lang ko makita ang kuan. Pero kani siya is kuanin, cold agglutinins. Dili siya, ana yun. Usually ano. So, ani nga case, ipa room temp ang imuhang sample. Next is WBC. Dili na kayo nako ikuan ang WBC, basta kay kani kay lymphocytosis. Kani is eosinophilia. Kani kay variant lymphocytes. Then kani dayon kay blasts. May blasts. Sa platelet dayon is ang platelet kay kuan ni siya kani nga side kay tungod ani na ibalaan nila nga giant platelets siya and then kani dayon small platelets. So wala to siya sa pangas part. Thank you.
Everyone. So, aside sa histogram, ang ginameasure ko sa scatter plot ang mga makount nga blood cells, especially sa WBC nga differentials. And for the scatter plot, ang ato man yung technology analyzer sa lab is gagamit og fluorescence flow cytometry. So, ang iya pong scatter plot, iyang ginameasure ang side fluorescence and side scatter. So, muna ang gingan ni Sir Gay na pero ang gay na lang na gingan ni Sir is instead of forward scatter kay ang sa fluorescence flow cytometry, side fluorescence iyang gina-measure. So, side scatter measures the granularity of the cell, which is indicated in the y-axis, and side fluorescence measures the amount of nucleic acids in the cell, which is indicated in the x-axis. So, muna siyang example. Sa Noria, sir. So, example sa side scatter is kani siya. So, ang iya pong images is scattered yun po ng mga dots. And, muna siya ang iyang side fluorescence, which measures the the amount of nucleic acids in the cell. So, kung nara siya sa ubos, meaning gamay rin yung nucleic acid present, and then this in the x-axis is side scatter, which measures the granularity. So, kung mas layo siya sa linya, meaning mas daghan po siya granules present within the cell, especially si neutrophils, eosinophils, basophils, kani sila kay mga granulated na ni sila nga mga WBCs. So, i-measure ni side scatter ang ilang granularity. And mani ang i-explain ni Sir Gaina nga si side scatter o forward scatter or kanang normal lang nga flow cytometry, wherein si forward scatter lang is cell size iyahang gina-measure. So we have the morphology of 5 differential WBCs. Ang iyang staining procedure is parehas sa itong quick panoptic stain gali. So ako na lang i-summarize ni siya, wherein after smearing, i-dip siya into the fixative, which is methanol, for about 6 dips. Based on the lab practices lang po sir na tudlo ni sir sa ano. Then after methanol, i-dip sa eucin for about 18 dips, and then sa methylene blue dione for about 18 dips gihapon. And sa eucin, pag sa after methanol, eucin actually serves to eucin dye is acidic and has a negative charge, therefore stains basic structures of the cell, giving them a red or pink color, such as the cytoplasm, which has a positive charge. And then after eucin, the methylene blue, this dye is basic with a positive charge, therefore stains nuclei of cells, which is negatively charged and acidic. Although methylene blue also stains both nuclei and cytoplasm. Then after staining, kay ipa-drain lang bitaw ang excess nga stain on a paper tissue para para dili siya dugay ma-dry pag mag-air dry na. And i-wash with running water lang ang backside of the smear para mas clearer siya tan-awon pod kayo hugaw with the stain. So moto siya. After staining, we have the clinical significance of the different WBCs, and mani ang mga iyang description sa left side of the table. Ang katong pictures gipakita na ni Eric Gaina kung sa itsura sa mga WBCs. And muna ang iyang description dayon. For their clinical significance, neutrophils, the possible causes of high count, also known as neutrophilia, kung taas ang neutrophils, could be signs of acute bacterial infections or some viral fungal infections, necrosis caused by trauma, major surgery, heart attack, or physiological causes by stress or rigorous exercise, smoking, pregnancy. Usually at the last trimester or during labor, mataas ang neutrophils. So, ano siya. And then chronic leukemia, chronic myeloid leukemia or CML. For the possible causes of low count, also known as neutropenia, it could be signs of myelodysplastic anemia, severe overwhelming infections, reactions to drugs, autoimmune disorder, chemotherapy, cancer spreading to bone marrow, or aplastic anemia. So, kani sila ang mga clinical significance kay based on the katong gisendra po ni sir nga picture sa book gali. For lymphocytes, kung taas ang lymphocytes, lymphocytosis ang tawag, and could indicate acute viral infections such as hepatitis, CMV, or EBV. Certain bacterial infections such as pertussis or tuberculosis, lymphocytic leukemia, or lymphoma. Kung low pod ang count sa lymphocytes, also known as lymphocytopenia, could indicate autoimmune disorders such as lupus or rheumatoid arthritis, infections such as HIV, TB, hepatitis, or influenza, bone marrow damage such as when a patient is going through chemotherapy or radiation therapy, immune deficiency. For monocytes, for monocytosis or high count of monocytes, it could indicate chronic infections such as TB or fungal infections, bacterial endocarditis, collagen vascular disease, or such as lupus or rheumatoid arthritis, inflammatory bowel disease, monocytic leukemia, chronic myelomonocytic leukemia, juvenile myelomonocytic leukemia. Thus, for monocytopenia or low counts of monocytes, it's not really medically significant, pero if repeated counts na, like nag-repeat of differential tapos ubos gyapon si monocytes, could indicate bone marrow damage or failure and hairy cell leukemia. For eosinophils, kung high count, it could be asthma or allergies such as hay fever, drug reactions, inflammation of skin such as eczema or dermatitis, parasitic infections, inflammatory disorders such as celiac disease, certain malignancies or cancers, hypereosinophilic myeloid neoplasms. Tapos, kung low count lang si eosinophils, kay not really significant. So, basophilia, rare allergic reactions such as in hives or sa food, inflammation such as RA or ulcerative colitis, and some leukemias such as CML. Tapos, kung ubos si basophils, not very significant po siya. So, for the different morphology of RBCs, general term for the abnormal variation of RBC shapes is poikilocytosis. And these are the different types of abnormal shapes RBCs. Stomatocyte could indicate hereditary and acquired stomatocytosis.
Take note ninyo pa guys, in RH deficiency syndrome, process of
So, si stomatocyte, kay kanang daghan kaayo yung mga ang iyang central pallor is not circular na normal bitaw. It's more of a slit-like area of the central pallor.
Remember the terms like what's the stomatocyte?
Spherocyte is small, round, and dense RBC with no central pallor. So, kanang mga nasa arrows, maragid siya circle nga flat cake mo. Kung naay central pallor mo, mo lighten kaya ang sa center niya. It can indicate hereditary spherocytosis, immune hemolytic anemia, and extensive burns.
Excessive burns, guys.
For elliptocytes or ovalocytes, kaning nasa araw gihapon kay Marshall na stretch out na RBC bitaw. It is elliptical or cigar shape, oval or egg-shaped RBCs. So it indicates hereditary elliptocytosis or ovalocytosis, IDA, thalassemia major, and myelofibrosis anemia.
Kanang iron deficiency of thalassemia major.
Next is the sickle cell. It is thin, dense, elongated RBC pointed at each end and may be curved. So, ang example ng sickle cell is yung nasa tomat ito, kana siya. So, pinataas, kayo siya tapos curved iyahang ends.
Sa Bisaya sa sickle, guys. Sanggol.
Ito?
Sanggol. Ano mga harvest of rice? Ano itawag? Kamatayan.
Ay, okay.
Ano yung nagamit ni kamatayan? Hindi siya itawag siya na sickle cell.
So, ang iya pong paan related ay associated diseases are sickle cell anemia and sickle cell beta thalassemia. Then the target cell, also known as podocyte, which really looks like a target cell kay RBCs with hemoglobin concentrated in the center and around the periphery resembling a target. And it is
Take note ang sakit ng thalassemia.
associated with liver disease, hemoglobinopathies, and thalassemia. Then schistocyte, which is a fragmented RBC due to rupture in the peripheral circulation. So si schistocyte is medyo irregular kaya yung shape, hindi kayo siya ma-describe. Like, kanan sa arrow.
Take note ang microalbumatic hemolytic anemia. Muna siya katong mga heart valve, mga for synthetic heart valve. Actually, schistocytes, pareha na siya sa kanang RBC fragments.
So other diseases associated is traumatic cardiac hemolysis and extensive burns. For helmet cells or keratocyte, meron gid siya helmet and pina-D-shape like the one in the point sa arrow. Ang iyahang associated disease kay same ra gyapon sa schistocyte, katong microangiopathic anemia, traumatic cardiac hemolysis and extensive burns. For acanthocyte or the spur cell, it is a small dense RBC with few irregularly spaced projections of
Take note,
various.
sige nga. Ang difference ni acanthocyte ug erinocyte was for example, ang gipangutan kaya mo sila ang definition. Pero ang differentiation lang si acanthocytes is irregularly shaped. Ang burr cell,
Spur cell is blunt or pointed short projections.
pero ang nasa board exam, evenly.
Spaced.
So uniform ang iyang giring-giring bitaw. Ang duduman niya sa acanthocytes kana abental leukoproteinemia o macleoid syndrome. Sa burr cell kanang duha awas kita uremia o pyruvate kinase. Favorite kina sa board of examiner kanang burr cell.
And then the teardrop cell or the cryocyte. So, ang ilhanan lang sa teardrop cell sa iyang other name is the cryo. So, na-cry nga word, teardrop.
Primary myelofibrosis. Take note.
Associated diseases called niya si myelocytic anemia, thalassemia, and myeloblastic anemia. Then we have the coagulation cascade. So, muna ang summary sa intrinsic, extrinsic, and common pathways. For the intrinsic pathway, naa si factor 12, si factor 11, factor 9, and then si factor 8. So, once na may surface contact or tissue damage, si factor 12 ma-activate. And activated factor 12 also activates factor 9. And then activated factor 11, activated factor 11 activates factor 9. And then activated factor 9 along with factor 8, plasma membrane phospholipids, and calcium ions will activate factor 10 na dayon. And then mag-start na dayon sa common pathway. Kay kung sa extrinsic pathway kung magsugod sa, di ba, mag-tissue damage, so ma-activate po niya si factor 7 or the tissue factor. And this activated factor 7 will also activate factor 10. And then the activated factor 10 along with factor 5, beta membrane phospholipid, and calcium ions will also activate factor 1, prothrombin to thrombin. And then factor 2 si thrombin. Then si fibrinogen dahil iyahang activate into fibrin, which will then form a stable clot. Pero si thrombin po, ma-activate ko niya si factor 13 nga gamiton po sa pag-form sa stable fibrin clot. So naay video para mas ma-visualize ang coagulation cascade.
first platelets arrive to start sealing the wound. Simultaneously, the coagulation cascade with its various coagulation factors is activated. This involves two. At the site of vessel injury, the first platelets arrive to start sealing the wound. Simultaneously, the coagulation cascade with its various coagulation factors is activated.
This involves two pathways, the extrinsic and the intrinsic pathway. Extrinsic activation begins with now exposed molecules of the vessel wall, such as tissue factor, which forms a complex with factor 7. Finally leading to the activation of factor 10. This factor 10A is the point at which the extrinsic and the intrinsic pathways of the coagulation cascades meet. The intrinsic pathway consists of various coagulation factors activating each other in a chain reaction. At its end, a complex with an additional cofactor is formed. This complex now activates factor 10. Since the two pathways merge at the level of factor 10A, this factor has a pivotal role in the coagulation cascade. Further down the cascade, factor 10A in combination with 5A activates thrombin and induces the so-called thrombin burst. One molecule of factor 10A can catalyze the formation of 1,000 molecules of thrombin. These large amounts of thrombin cause the further activation of platelets and the enhanced formation of fibrin. Fibrin then forms strands, making up the mesh that stabilizes the platelet plug in an arterial clot and holds together the red blood cells in a venous clot. It can be concluded that the central role of factor 10A in the coagulation cascade makes it a viable target for therapeutic intervention in pathologically altered blood coagulation.
So, mata siya ang coagulation cascade. Additional info lang, after mag-tissue damage, i-activate niya si factor 12. Gamay pa na nga factor 12 ang ma-activate yun. And then, kaning activated factor 12 kay convert niya si prekallikrein to kallikrein, which will together with the high molecular weight kininogen, which acts as a cofactor pod with the kallikrein, kay mag-activate siya o more factor 12 to further activate factor 11. That is why it is called the contact activation system proteins, C11, 12, PK, and HMWD. Because they initiate the intrinsic pathway and terminal lysis. Then we have the vitamin C deficiency.
Remember,
Which can be affected by coumarin, diet, and antibiotics. These are kata 9, 10, and 7, 2 factors. Then the fibrinogen group. It is the most labile, consumed in coagulation, and found on platelets. Factor 1, factor 5, factor 8, and factor 13.
so wala ko differentiate sa plasma and zero, walay fibrinogen group kaya na-consume ang flat.
So, thank you. That's the answer.
So guys, hanggang lang ko take your lunch 30 minutes lang balik in the minutes. One pa na kay mabot na rin ang group today. Gusto mo, Ano mga out? Forward. Advise careful. Ayaw lang ka na ano po. Siguro lang mo open yung file. Or mag-order mo sa yung file. Order na lang mo. Mag-order na lang mo dahil sige na din mga order.
Okay, good noon guys. Kami ang last time sa microbio and we will tackle about the machines na nasa microbio and ang mga agar, mga procedure codes and principles and mga clinical significance nila.
So, sa Vitas 2, ang principle niya is it uses a fluorogenic methodology for organism identification. And then, thirdly, the metric for susceptibility testing.
So, nakita mo yung video sa YouTube sa kanang full methodology bitaw niya pero wala may nakita. Pero natimingan ni sa rotation na si Ma'am PD na gamit ani. So, ang nagabuhaton guys is kung nanay subculture na ay card, ibutang siya sa rocks and then sa rocks na ay mga test tubes and then dito ibutang ang diluent to pump each. So, mag-inoculate na yun sa mga subcultures. Tapos, kato din siya na rock, ibutang gari. After few minutes, tingog siya. Meaning kato, nasip na sa card ang katong diluent o katong gimiksan po doon sa subculture. So, pagkuha na yun, i-transfer na po din ang rock dali and after 40 to 18 hours, mag-organism identification of susceptibility testing na din sa din makita ang mga kuhan. Unsa siya na bacteria o kasa siya na mga antimicrobial antibiotic na susceptible and
So, back alert naman is, ang principle niya is, it is an automated microbial detection system based on the colorimetric detection of CO2 produced by those microorganisms. So, usually it is used for culture. So, pag naay ka ng yellow na na-steam nga mga bacteria sa it means na ang naay ka ng culture. So, sa culture bottle, ang sabat niya, ang color ang sabat niya is siya positive ang positive niya blood culture and ganun din ang negative lang. So, usually, ginakuan siya for 5 to 7 days.
5 to 7 days. Pero ginakip daw ang bottle for okay, continue lang. Ang ginakip ang bottle sir ba sa sulod.
So, kung ano culture na mo pag-facilitate o may subculture, culture na siya sa media, ginakip niya po naman sa for additional 1 to 2 days.
So, biohazard cabinet test 2 is it is designed with an inward airflow which protects the personnel and the laminar air which protects the specimen and exhaust air protects the environment. So, dire, if cause na-check na dire, ang airflow na dire, so, a-content niya is ang bukas tayo through dire, i-filter niya which is the HEPA filter which is the high efficiency particulate air. So, pag under na ni touch ni, it touches your microorganism, and diri na ang air is sterile na. So, magbutas ka like that. So, after that, after touching the microorganism, so, balik ko sa dire, i-filter niya para sa paggawa dere, magbutas ka dire.
Additional info po daw guys, sana si Ma'am TV ang sigaw to sa board exam. Ito daw yung meaning sa HEPA.
Sa HEPA. Like, dili din po katong HEPA A to Z.
Kadua po, ang HEPA, pila ka micrometers ang iyang mga filters. 0.3? 0.3 ba? Bisa kay kalimutan ko sa
So, gram staining. So, ang gram staining is to identify your bacteria or to differentiate the two most common chemical structures of bacteria, which is the gram-negative organisms and the gram-positive organisms. So, before anything else, mag-higpit sa lucha. So, first line is the first na koan is to soak it with the crystal violet, which is your primary stain. And then that for 1 minute. So, dire is, ang gram-positive nga mga bacteria is mag-stain na siya purple. Apil ko ang gram-negative nga bacteria, which is very purple. So, 1 minute, tapos wash na sa dion siya with running water. And then the grams iodine dion is your more than. So, 1 minute yapon, mag-wash yapon kayo na running water. Tapos yapon nga, same yapon sa purple, ang gram-negative o gram-positive. So, next dion is gram colorizer, which is ang ginagamit din sa CMC is the acetone. Pwede siya sa alcohol. So, ikan siya, iwas siya until no more na pink mo comes off. So, dire na makuan. Ang gram-negative dire is colorless na siya. Okay. So, colorless na siya. Ang gram-positive is resistant siya sa decolorization. And then, last guy, ang secondary stain, which is the safranin, 1 minute yapon siya, and then wash din siya with running water. Dire na dahil nasa makita if ang gram-positive and gram-negative. So, gram-positive is organism, ang mo appear na is the purple. Ang gram-negative organism is pink tayo. So, ang mga gram-positive nga mga organism is katong mga Bacillus, Nocardia, Catosiana, etc. Ang negative din is katong mga E. coli, Salmonella, Shigella, and so sa AFP staining ay kaning ang mga acid fast staining, acid fast is sa bacteria is namang mga bacteria nga na mycolic acid, which is kaning it contains mycolic acid like the katong mycobacterium, tapos siya which is kanang resistant siya sa decolorization. So, ang ginagamit yun is ang AFB staining. So, naiduha ka type sa AFB staining, which is the Ziehl-Neelsen and the Kenyon.
The type is called hot.
Si Ziehl ang hot, si Kenyon din ang cold.
Medyo ni mo dagang heat. So, heat, hot, o opinion.
Tapos, murag same na silang procedure. Although, ang Ziehl-Neelsen, kay hot man siya, so, i-heat pa nimo siya. So, i-heat mo siya with the slide, and then, the slide with your stain, and then, hantod sa mukuan, bitaw siya, kanang steam na siya. So, ano nito, ikuan din mo siya, ala din mo siya 5 minutes, and then, decolorize tayo siya with the acid alcohol until no stain can be seen. So, nga ito ang Ziehl-Neelsen, pala siya kung sila sa ang kuan lang sa ila is ang immune is walay heat, and then dapat increase iyang concentration of phenol para in the primary stain para ma-stain siya properly.
So, additional info po guys, basta daw mag-smear mo for AFP staining, dapat 2/3 ang imong smear. Tapos maning slide, dapat 2 tapos by 3 mo. Kibali rectangle siya. Kay gold star ay ang nasa procedure kay kung mag-report ka og AFP staining, dapat maka 300 fields ka. So, di ba? 2/3. So, sa isa ka daganan nimo dari, kay 150 tapos balik na pud ka dahil sa ubos 150, so 300 films tanan. Yeah, thanks.
Ay, mo rin siya after examine mo sa imong microscope is ang acid fast organism mag-appear siya as red or dark green. Sa non-acid fast organism is blue dye.
Okay guys, so na-classify naman ni Erica nag-discuss na siya ang gram staining. So, sa classification of organism, first good na classification is gram negative and gram positive. And then, basta gusto na ka makabalo, kung gusto ka makabalo unsa siya klase na organism is perform ni mo na mga test, catalyst test, tapos ikuha mo sa blood agar para sa hemolysis, coagulase. So every negative or positive na kuan na result kay branch out siya for more for identification of mas kuan na organism. Pagdali din ang gram negative. And also guys, always remember, all cocci are gram negative except ang mnemonics is never mind, Neisseria, Veillonella, o Moraxella. And then all bacilli are gram negative except ang mnemonics din nila is MC squared Belanga, which is Mycobacterium, Corynebacterium, Clostridium, Bacillus, Lactobacillus, Listeria, Acinostomiasis, Nocardia, Gardnerella, o Acanobacterium. So karon mag-discuss ko about sa commonly used na mga sensitivity testing. So sa una guys, kung atong wala pa Vitec 2, kay mo ni ang ginabuhat sa mga medtech. Ang gold standard daw is pagitawag ng MIC sa isa ka minimum inhibitory concentration sa antibiotic. So ang broth dilution, ang procedure ani is daghan kag test tubes na kay control sa broth o which contains inoculation sa bacteria. So every every tube lain na day dosage sa bacteria as a antibiotic. So what happens after incubation, overnight incubation, nading kay result na ingani. So growth, tapos ang MIC dayon mo na ang basihan sa doktor kung pila ang dosage na ihatag sa patient. So same Japon ni siya sa antimicrobial gradient method, which is ang usually ang nasa market is an S-test biometer kasama siya, tapos 5 to 6 strips kasagara mabutang. And ang nakatsada lang sa broth dilution test is pwede kanang several antibiotics imong mabutang sa atin. So kanis every row is like na antibiotic. So in closer loop mo ni siya si gradient. As you can see, mo ni ang dosage sa kuan na sa antibiotic. So mo ni siya ang MIC value 0.19 and mo din increase of inhibition. So basically same old idea sila si cross dilution test o si microbial gradient test. Si microbial gradient test. Tapos karon dayon ang among na experience sa lab is na Kirby-Bauer or disk diffusion test which uses Miller-Hinton na ma-discuss later on sa presentation. Dali is naakay negative control. So first, Miller-Hinton man mag-swab or isolate ka, mag-strip ka o ka ng kuan sa sample. So nakay ka ng negative control o positive control, and then each na po dayon ng mga strip is different antibiotics. And then this is kanang this is inhibition zone of inhibition kay measure siya with a caliper or ruler. Sa lab kay ruler ang ginagamit ni ma'am. Pero ano siya, dapat yun daw caliper. And reported ayon as sensitive, resistant, or intermediate. Tapos, na-graph ang basihanan kung example, penicillin. Kung ka na ba siya kay resistant, na-graph, ano guys. Next is din ang commonly used na current sa mga tertiary hospitals, mga automated system. Sila. And clinical significance sa automated system is faster reporting, faster results. Which is na-discuss ni Erica ganina ang Vitec. Next is ang culture media. So si McConkey is a selective and differential media. Selective siya kay naa siya inhibitor which is crystal violet. Gina-inhibit niya ang mga gram-positive na motubo sa McConkey. So ma-isolate ang mga gram-negative. And differential siya because naa siya lactose. Ay gina-differentiate niya ang lactose fermenting na mga bacteria. So, mani ang visualization sa McConkey ngano mag-pink ang lactose fermenting o ngano dili mag-pink ang non-lactose fermenting. So, ang McConkey is naay lactose, and then basta makaon na din sa bacteria ang lactose, guys, acidic na like pag mag-breakdown ang lactose, ma-acidic na din siya. Mag-color red. Indication niya as lactose fermenting siya. So examples sa lactose fermenting E. coli, tapos dali na sa kani siya na example is na ay non-lactose fermenting o lactose fermenting, and then napoy mucoid lactose fermenter which is Klebsiella.
Take note sa word na mucoid. Very characteristic siya sa Klebsiella. Once makita-perfect na lang mucoid na din niya lactose fermenters, balo na may nga-aakit siya.
Tapos
Klebsiella din.
Tapos ang ingon po ni Ma'am Phoebe, basta daw na ay Klebsiella sa mo grow sa incubator kay bao jud daw kayo dayon pag-apre. Kay kanang bao bitaw na bao tiil na isa dito sila kasabot. And then dili ang mga bacteria na mga kuan na magka-grow sa McConkey na kani sila na lactose fermenter kay wala sila nag-pink. Basta colorless. Next is chocolate agar. No, chocolate agar, ang general purpose jud niya is kanang grow most of the fastidious and non-fastidious organisms. So ang chocolate agar, guys, dili siya ginagamit sa urine kay di ba ang urine kay naa may mga normal flora like nice Neisseria, sila epidermidis, and also, I discuss that later. At ang chocolate agar, mo siya, sino to? Pag ginagamit po siya sa lab as kanang sa subculture, para kung makita yung mag-subculture, di ba ang toast streaking is 4 quadrants, kung mag-subculture na guys, kay paano siya, paano ito, kay kitabo siya, wala ko ito, ano, bakit mo maraga tayo mong district, ito, kanang ano. Tapos si blood agar, so ang main purpose ni blood agar is to differentiate just if alpha hemolytic, beta hemolytic, and gamma hemolytic. So ang main difference nilang tulo is si beta is complete hemolysis sa RBCs. Kaya ang blood agar, na blood, na RBCs. And ang alpha, dili kaya siya dili kaya siya yung anil color kay partial ra ang iyang kuan. And then ang gamma dayon is walay hemolysis at all. So example sa beta is si Galaxiae, tapos sa alpha si Pneumonia, and si meningitis is dahil sa gamma. Next is si thioglycolate broth. So wala may ka-experience ani sa lab because wala day stock si UMC. So basically ang whole idea ni thioglycolate broth is to differentiate niya silang obligate aerobe, obligate anaerobe, facultative, and aerotolerant. So after organic ka ng butang sa sample sa kuan sa specimen sa thioglycolate broth, napod siya sa tube because dari na to makita if obligate aerobe, meaning kailangan nila oxygen na para mag-grow. So kung na-ay growth na makita sa taas, may obligate aerobe. And then kung sa ubos, kung na sila sa ubos, and based sa the picture is oxygen concentration sa ubos is going low. And then, si Mueller-Hinton, kay ginagamit siya sa, like ako na-discuss kanina, ginagamit siya sa antimicrobial susceptibility test. Kay non-selective and non-differential siya na growth medium, which means all bacteria kay magbubutan na agar. Kaya na siya with extra, with kanina mga ingredient. And then, ginabutan po siya sa dako. Usually, dapat sa dako siya na petri dish. Kay loose siya na agar, which means better diffusion. Pero katong nakita na mo sa lab is ito normal na petri dish. And that concludes our reporting. Wala na dito mo magpuloy na rin yung reporting. Sige, sir.
Wait, one quick one. What's the result? Pinaka-basic. What differentiates gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria? Ito na answer.
Like,
Sa'yo na as gram-positive, wala sa gram-negative. So si gram-positive na siya thick peptidoglycan layer. Unang matrap ang crystal violet. Ang crystal violet, pag-utalan siya na yun. So crystal violet, kuwarto siya ang complex iodine. Unang matrap siya sa cell walls na positive bacteria. Kaya nasa thick peptidoglycan layer. While nakagyapon si gram-negative resista, si gram-negative po, on the other hand, naan siya lipid membrane. Kaya ang resistant which dili kay kasunod ang crystal violet iodine complex. Una si counterstain sa drug sa pan? Sa drug stain? Sa planning. Una sa planning. Yan retain siya sa pan. Sige, next.
Wait. There's lang. Eh? Video?
So, good afternoon everyone. Ang report ko lang kay ang blood station. Team Butaya, sir. So, ang first kay LISS Forms ID card. So, ang ID card kay consisting of 6 microtubes containing anti-IgG and anti-C3d within the gel matrix. So, ang purpose aning duha kay intended for detection of antibodies and complement on human red blood cells using the direct and indirect anti-globulin test. So, ang procedure ani kay first mag-prepare ka og 0.8% to 1% worth of suspension. So, ang method sa pag-prepare sa suspension kay mag-dispense ka first of 1 ml of IDD-102 into a clean test tube. After na mag-add ka of 10 UL of the donor's cells. And after na mag-get din ka of 50 UL of 0.8 donor cell suspension o i-add mo sa na-label ni mga microtube with the name sa recipient. Tapos mag-add din ka 25 UL sa recipient serum. I-add mo dito sa isa lang ang microtube na naa ang donor sa suspension. Tapos after na i-incubate din mo ang microtube at 37 degrees Celsius for 15 minutes. And after incubation, i-centrifuge mo for 10 minutes. O after i-interpret din mong result. Ang sa pag-interpret sa result kay
Ay, touch ko. Like, sure, yung laptop dito eh.
Pero lang.
MF na.
So, ang pag-interpret sa result sa atong Combs test kay after centrifugation, ang non-agglutination, ang kanang walay agglutination kay mo-set siya sa at the bottom of the microtube. So, kung naapod siya agglutination, mo disperse siya throughout sa microtube. Mo disperse siya throughout in the length of the gel depending sa size sa agglutination. Tapos ang ilang position po sa gel determines the intensity of their reaction. So ang next kay ang NaCl enzyme test and cold agglutinin. So ang principal aning kuan kay ang ID card and CL enzyme test and cold-agglutinin kay suitable po di siya sa antibody screening, identification procedures, compatibility testing, and reverse grouping. Tapos, ang saline test po sa 4 degrees Celsius can also be used to detect cold agglutinin. Tapos, ang next so, ang cold, ay controlled sa centrifugation of our disease through a gel column. Ang serum sa recipient of donor cell reaction kay mag-happen sa microtube. Pag ganing ang microtube kay contain 6 microtubes with neutral gel. Pag ang procedure kay pare-pareha yapon sa katong ang akong i-discuss ganina, mag-prepare yapon sa 0.8 to 1% red cell suspension. Dispense ni mong 1 ml of ID diluent into a clean test tube. Agad ka og 10 UL of donor packed red cells. After that, mag-getting ka og 10 UL of yung na-prepare na suspension. Mag-add ka og 10 UL recipient serum sa isa na ka well sa gel. Tapos incubate mo for 37 Celsius for 15 minutes. And after centrifuge for 10 minutes, yung mo lang i-interpret. Ang interpretation ay yapon na kay parihar ay yapon sa katong last nga katong sa Coombs test. Tapos ang Diaclone complete cross match kay method used ang compatibility test that includes the demonstration of ABO and incompatibility and to detect clinically significant and expected antibodies. Tapos allows for ABD confirmation for both donor and the patient. ABD confirmation by indirect anti-human globulin test and major enzyme cross-match test and also control I test. Also, it combines the principle of hemagglutination and gel filtration to detect the blood group antigen antibody reaction. So, ang procedure kay first, mag-make a red cell suspension sa both donor and recipient. Mag-prepare ka og separate na sila nga tube. Mag-prepare ka og 1,000 UL diluent to agadan ka og 10 UL pack red cells sa donor. Tapos sa second tube, mag-running ka og 1,000 UL diluent. I-add mo sa 10 UL pack red cells sa recipient. Tapos, imo dang i-label ang card with the patient and the donor's name. And mag-pipette dahil ka 50 UL of patient red cell suspension to microtube 1, 2, 3, and 6, which is ang ABD and auto control for cross-match. And mag-pipette po ka og 50 UL of donors red cell suspension to ABD control and AHG, which is ang microtube number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which is ang ABD control and AHG. Tapos, add din ka og 25 UL patients plasma to microtube 5, which is ang test para sa cross-match, tapos microtube 6, which is ang auto-control. And incubate din mo ang card for 15 minutes at 37 degrees Celsius. And centrifuge din mo ang card for 10 minutes and read and interpret the result.
Hi guys! Shot lang. Uy! Maglain. Okay, good afternoon. So, I will be discussing the Coombs test procedure, which includes the direct antiglobulin test and indirect antiglobulin test. Ano ba? And of course, the forward and reverse blood typing, and lastly, ang shelf life and storage of the blood components. First is ang direct antiglobulin test. So before ko proceed into sa procedure, I will be discussing first what is direct antiglobulin test for recap lang. No, ang direct antiglobulin test is for the detection of in vivo sensitization or coating of RBCs within the with antibodies. So ang preferred sample there is EDTA, which is our anticoagulated na blood, or EDTA plasma. Muna siya. So, if positive there are result with, for example, dire kaning sample dahil nakita ninyo kayo na ay kanang agglutination, dispersed na agglutination. So, mag-attach na siya o kanang information nga, especially if ang patient nag-undergo o kanang transfusion. So possibly na ay interaction siya ang antibody siya sa along antibody interaction. Mo na siya along antibody interaction. Then if ang patient has not been transfused, so the patient may have an auto antibody na mag-react sa ang antibody. So moreover, muna to kanang hemolytic transfusion reaction, and nakapanto siya sa hemolytic disease of the newborn. So for the procedure, we will be using the Biorad gel card procedure. Naka-perform naman mo ani. So familiar man di ba sa gel card kung nasa lab. So first is prepare the outpatient red cell suspension. So direct yung mag-add tag 1 ml of LISS diluent. Before the remember again nga dapat nag-label ta og 1. I-label sa natong card with the patient's name, date, and exam or ang test na perform. Then, prepare patient red cell suspension by adding 1 ml of LISS diluent in a tube. Then mag-add to 10 UL of patient packed red cell or 20 UL of whole blood. So, pipette UL of patient red cell suspension dispensed using 45 degrees angle in the LISS card. So, ano 45 degrees angle. So, ideally, kanang require kay kanang para dili bitaw siya mag-contact sa the card mismo. Muna nga dapat aware sa careful sa itong angle. Then is centrifuge for 10 minutes. Centrifuge for 10 minutes for no incubation required. That's why natawag siya about direct antiglobulin test. Then interpret the result dayon. So I will be showing later katong interpretation of result. So next is for the indirect antiglobulin test. Kani, if ang DAT is in vivo sensitization, kani si indirect antiglobulin is in vitro. So ang specimen diri is 0. So here we are testing whether or not possible antibodies in patient serum will react with the antibodies. So its application are the following. First is antibody detection, which includes cross-matching, antibody screen, and antibody panel. Pag familiar mo, anak, yun ako. Next is antibody titration and determination of RBC phenotype using the unknown anti-serum. So positive result Japon ay dispersed agglutination, this should be ang result. For the procedure, same to that, mag-use of Biorad na gel card. Then, here we will prepare ang known nga O red cell suspension by adding 1 ml of LiSBO in a tube, then add 10 UL of known OPAP red cell or 20 UL of known O blood. So pipette 50 UL of red cell suspension and dispense using 45 degrees angle in the LISS card. Then add 25 UL of patient's plasma and dispense using 90 degrees angle. Then incubate for 15 minutes and centrifuge for 10 minutes. So, ngayon na incubation. So, incubation is to promote the detection of warm reactive antibodies, especially atong IgG antibodies, which is why gonna require incubation. Next is for the interpretation of results. So, ano na siyang ganina. So, first is ang kaning. So, negative result if naay quad kaning an agglutinated red cells forming a well-determined pellet at the bottom of the microtube. This here, ano siya. Then, 1 plus if characterized red cell agglutinates predominantly observed in the lower half of the gel column. 2 plus if a red cell agglutinates dispersed throughout the length of the gel column and maka-observe sa few agglutinates.
Bukas sa board exam dahil sa plasma.
For 3 plus, kay characterized by the majority of the red cell agglutinates trapped in the upper half of the gel column. Then 4 plus if solid bonds of red cell agglutinates on the top of the gel, and the few agglutinates may filter into the gel but remain near the predominant bond. So here, lahi siya yung paano kung gawagkis mo kayo na ay nasa top, then dapat sa bottom. Top and bottom. Then siya, MC supposed to be MF. next, mixed field na siya. Mixed field reaction. So, ingani ang result, observe niyo ha. Ingani ang result kay possible ani na ay 2 nga ABO antibodies na ani. Which is why ingani ang result niya na ay top
Sa
and
board
bottom.
exam, sa cause sa mixed field, sinaminaw. So, sir?
Unsa ang cause?
Ay, ABO to sa
More than 3 ABO antibodies.
Duha ka blood type, ang
na
patient,
present.
base AB siya, ang special sa O or B or A.
Mo na siyang reason behind this result. So let's go for the ABO typing, which includes reverse and forward. So the following are the reagents to be used: anti-A, anti-B, and the anti-D. Ang color dayan ang nila ang mag-differentiate each other. So for the forward typing,
Magawa sa board exam na nakalimot ulit ko sa answer. Kung sa'y gamit ng blue ang A, anong yellow ang B. Sa nagay. Murag ang si anti-B kay murag ang pre-flavin dye. Kung nakalimot ko ang search na niya sa ito.
okay, forward typing, sure ko na-perform na mo na common na request of blood station. So first, mag-prepare the 4 test tubes and label with A, B, D, and the patient's name. So, ang 4th tube, ka-intended na siya in making the red cell suspension. So in making the red cell, step 2, kay make a 3 to 5% red cell suspension. So in making a red cell suspension, kay pipette 100 UL of patient's red cells and wash mo siya with the NSS, and be careful nga dapat ka mag-wash mo dili ma-touch ang NSS nga mouth niya sa tube kay para ma-avoid the unbound proteins which is mag-react yapon maka-include mga unnecessary nga mga reaction nga maka-receive ta mga false negative na result. Then i-wash na siya for 3 times, then centrifuge 3 times also. So sa last, kay idikan yun, then katong ipagpagod ito sa may balls. Ito siya din. After, sa last dayon niya, after madikan, kay magbutang ka og NSS na until ma-observe din mo ang cherry red na color. Cherry red. For the step 3, kay place a drop of reagents into the appropriate tube ng AB nga anti-AB of the reagents. For step 4, kay add 1 drop of prepared red cell suspension to each tube katong may share red na color. So man ang forward typing. Then for the step 5, kay mix and centrifuge for 30 seconds. Actually, ang 30 seconds is enough na doon para kuan lang itong sa ubos, baka masyata sa ubos ang kuan. For the step 6, kay examine the tubes for agglutination. Then, read the results by grading the agglutination. Same yapon sa cons, pero lahi ang grading sa kuan ha. Lahi, separate the different ang grading sa coon, sa dot of ayat, sa forward and reverse typing. Kita na ko later. For the reverse typing, so, prepare to drop two tubes then label. So, A1 and B1. Step 2 kay pipette of 100 UL of patient's plasma, then add to the tube. Then step 3 kay pipette 50 UL of prepared known A and B cells, then add to the tubes. Step 4 kay centrifuge for 30 seconds. So, then mag-examine ta for the tubes for agglutination, then read results by grading the agglutination. So, mo yung results sa agglutination. So, disregard na ang 12 kaya ang commonly ginayuse kay ang 4, 3, 2, 1.
Guys, take note yun sa pan. Sa definition sa 4, 3, 2, 1 exclusion.
Di ba kung sa ayat of that kay ang positive dito kay kung negative to kay 0. Here is the blood typing 4 ang 1. 4 kaya itong ginakon din ang agglutination man. So 4 plus if 1 sulit agglutinate, then no free red cells detected. 3 plus is 1 or 2 large agglutinates, so a strong reaction. Then 2 plus is medium size agglutinates that clear background. 1 plus is small agglutinates with a lot of free red cells. Then kani sir ba? Kani positive or negative, so bali para dili ka sure ana, di ba sir? Na reaction pero weak.
Anong mix means 1 plus 1 or negative positive?
Sir.
Weak regularity. Ang kanang 1 ang difference nila kay ang 1 like siya gamukol na full, pero may ayaw naging siya small with a lot of free red cells. Ang kanang plus or negative, ito na siya basa ni Ana. Mayroon mo siya kay sa imo mo nang tanaw sa light. Ito na mo sa light kay siya ibang pero pag imo kiana ang tube itil, ibang na po siya. Murag mali mo pwede mo plus 1 or plus 2. Ang way pag-confirm ano na i-term na mixed field. Mix siya. I-smear nyo siya sa microscope. Pagtanaw nyo sa microscope na ang cells kay nagkuhan na dikit-dikit, i-good as pa na siya as information. So, good as positive yan na siya. Graphically.
Then, if 0 was kay no agglutinate, then even ang red cell suspension. And dire kay ang confirmatory testing is ginagamit ang slide method, which is katong whole blood, then katong other reagents, then use application or sayop sir kay for reagent I thought
si tube method confirmatory screening slide. So sa ako lang the confirmatory result. Pero just to check ang respect ng mag-slide. Okay, pero confirmatory na dahil sa tube method na.
Gumawa na siya then. Next, I will study the blood product. Kani common na ni siya. Then, I will be also telling you kung saan ilang when it is to be transfused. For example, ang whole blood, yung storage kay 2 to 6 degrees Celsius, then shelf life is 21 days if it is preserved sa ACD, CPD, CP2D, then 35 days if CPD A1. So, ang whole blood kay ginayuse if there is an acute blood loss with hypovolemia or exchange transfusion, and if ang red cell concentrate or suspension is not available. Next is ang PAC-RBC. So, PAC-RBC is kanang whole blood guanoplasma. Ano siya? So, yung storage rate 2 to 6, 21 days, muna siya 35 days, that is day 1. Then for the frozen RBC is kanang storage is negative 55 degrees Celsius or below. 10 years ang iyong shelf life. Kani kay ginayos ni siya for kanang mga rare blood groups na tao. So, ginayos siya for autologous na donation. Next guys, wash RBC. So, wash RBC, 2 to 6, 24 hours ang shelf life. Ginagamit ni siya for kanang patient nga na history of transfusion reaction, then kanang patient nga always having kanang incompatible nga cause match result. Then for the irradiated RBC, 2 to 6 days from irradiation, kani kay ginagamit when ang recipient kay immunodeficient or kanang mga donor nga competent pero kanang first degree. For the leukodepleted red cells by 2 to 6 hours, used to avoid sensitization of HLA in patients with severe aplastic anemia or ma-reduce ang CMV nga transmission. For red cell suspension, so ang red cell suspension kay mo ni sa ang kanang PAC-RBC nga gibutangan of additive solution lipstick 42 days yung shelf life tayo. For the platelet concentrate, kay 20 to 24 degrees Celsius, with constant agitation dahil sa room temp lang. Then for RT tube, pwede kayo gina-transfuse kung ang patient, regardless of clinical conditions, yung platelet na kanit daw ka ng platelet count is ka ng less than 5,000 L. Example, ito na lang ka parang. Then, flash frozen plasma for negative 18 degrees Celsius, negative 65. If negative 18 ay 1 year ang shelf life, then negative 65 is for 7 years. Kani kay gina-transfuse when ang patient na ay warfarin overdose for warfarin overdose reversal. Then, if naay ka ng PTP or thrombocytopenic for ang patient. And for cryoprecipitate, is frozen, negative 18, 1 year, cause 2024 is hours, and cold is 2024 for hours. Kani kay ginayos if ang patient na ay hemophilia A, kanang factor 13 deficiency, then von Willebrand disease. Ang granulocyte, ang granulocyte closis, kukuha na for nakita na ako sa hardening, nakuha sa ako na nag-equal. Then, ang factor concentrate kay pwede mag-base na ka sa vial ani. So, these are lyophilized products na prepare lang sa food plasma. Then, ang factor palikot ko, factor 9 ata is for transfuse case 9 is what it is, factor 9 ba? Factor 9 ata. So, that's all and thank you.
Okay, class. Dunggan ko. Ay, ito ba? Unsa ano ka nang? Ay, anak. Unsa ano? Ba ka nang? Ha? Open.
Guys, take note to ako ni Rusty yung ang purpose ng mga blood products. Sabi natin mga lyophilized, ito treated, ito mga frozen RBCs in hot.
Ay, kanina makita, ano yung nakapresent? Si Pali, 1% review, kabalo ang next slide. Pero kung i-present ninyo, ay, joke.
Make your voice louder, that's why it's not right.
Wait. Ganda to mo ganina.
Gayon sa mo ganina. Pag-block lang tayo. Pwede. Pwede ka mag-open ng delete market. Kung unsa man kayo mo-appear na rin mo-appear sa projector.
Pwede man sis, pero kanang na-ako'y notes ba, tapos gusto na ko na i-high sabay-sabay na lang sa Hello everyone! So I will be discussing the principles and procedures of immunology and serology. Sabay-sabay! So, we have two machines. Silence. We have two machines in IS, the Access Weapon Holder and Mini-VDOS. So, apparently we have the same principle and it is called alpha or enzyme fluorescence assay. So, it is an immunological method in which the enzyme catalyzes a fluorescence and not the color reaction. It detects the development of fluorescence on the solid phase, and it is 100 times more sensitive than the ELISA. So in dengue line, dengue check combo test kit consists of two devices held in a tray. One device is the dengue NS1 antigen, and the other device is called the detection of IgG and IgM antibodies. So, para to fully understand the procedure, here's a video.
first responder, di ba? Meaning current or acute na napa, currently na dengue. Ang IGF, recovery. Recovery or past infection sa dengue.
So, next kay ang Intec Anti-HCV. It is a colloidal gold enhanced rapid immunochromatographic assay for qualitative detection of antibodies to HIV in human whole blood, serum, or plasma specimens in adults. So, if positive ang specimen, antibody of whole blood, serum, and plasma will combine with the colloidal gold conjugated recombinant HCV antigen o mag-generate a complex. If negative ang result ng po sa specimen, dili siya mag-form o test bunch kay absence man ang colloidal gold conjugate. So, morning procedure ulit sa anti-HCV para mas masabtan ang procedure. Pero, nag-skip tano kay sige na
The
siya.
Intec HCV rapid test is an immunotherapy for proper operation of the test. In order to ensure the proper amount of sample is collected, ask the patient to sit with their hands pointed to the floor so the blood may flow to the patient's fingertips. Wipe the finger with the alcohol swab, place the lancet on the side of the finger and press until you hear a click. It does not matter which finger is used for the sample collection. Wipe the first drop of blood with the alcohol swab and wait for a blood drop to form on the finger. Keep the finger facing downward and massage if necessary to allow the proper amount of sample to form. Wait for the drop of blood to reach a size where it is close to falling naturally. To collect the sample, gently squeeze the bulb and suck the blood into the pipette. Do not attempt to suck all of the blood as this will create air bubbles that may interfere with dispensing. Dispense one drop of blood into the sample S well and make sure the drop of blood falls naturally and without air bubbles. Gently shake the buffer bottle in upside down position and dispense 2 drops of buffer into diluent D well. Please note that this test should only be carried out by trained healthcare professionals. Further, while the test is highly accurate, results must be confirmed at an accredited laboratory before any clinical action is taken by a qualified physician.
Same nagyapon, pag anemia, faint man or dili.
Same sa game mo niya sir sa HB flag, so skip na lang ta. So, kaning malaria, no ni ang two-side sandwich na assay utilizing whole blood for the detection of Plasmodium falciparum, specific Histidine-rich protein, and Plasmodium vivax specific PLDH. Now, ang test sa malaria can also be used for specific detection and differentiation of falciparum and vivax. Now, sa syphilis na content, it is a rapid serological immunochromatographic assay for the detection of antibodies to syphilis antigen in human whole blood, serum, and plasma. Now, andam na sa tag, anaw. Pero mag-skip ka kay, sige naman ni siya storya.
It is either the middle finger, the index finger, or the ring finger. Once you have selected the finger, you need to clean the finger. You use the alcohol swab to clean the finger. So you need to first tear open the alcohol swab. Get the hand, and you're going to move from mid finger in one sweep over to the fingertip to make sure that you clean the finger. You let the finger dry, and then so you get you can make the buffer window with RDT. So you take the blood and you then put it into the blood window of the RDT, and that's all the blood that you require. And you just add 2 drops of buffer into the buffer window. Do not squeeze this like a ketchup buffer. It's very gentle, so you get 2 small drops that come out. And then you let the buffer run over the blood and you wait for 20 minutes before you reach the test.
Anyway, pareha lang yung siya principal na anak yapon. Si Vivax ang pinaka-common sa worldwide. si Falsiparo, Common World, nagyan po sa Philippines si Falsiparo, pero si Falsiparo puro mostly sa mga tropical countries. So, mauna, ang intake, mag-detect siya, diwa, Falsiparo.
So, same lang sa syphilis, no? Di natang tanaw dito. So, mag-dispense lang kag 3 drops of specimen sa card o mag-read lang kag result after 15 minutes. So, kaning one step anti-HIV kay a band of region and the nitrocellulose membrane na pre-coated with recombinant HIV antigen. Tapos, the consultant region and the nitrocellulose membrane ay pre-coated po siya with cheap anti-rabies IgG. So, kato, ang procedure kay bring all reagents and specimens to room temperature, remove the dust cards of the foil pouch and place on a clean dry space. Identify the dust card for each specimen, then dispense 3 drops of the specimen into the sample well on the card and interpret the result after 15 minutes. Then ang anti-streptolysin O latex test kit is based on an immunologic reaction between streptococcal exotoxin bound to biologically inert latex particle and streptococcal antibodies in the test sample. So, kato, visible ang agglutination kung nag-increase ang antibody level sa specimen. So, naana sa tayo video, mananaw ta.
Hello everyone. In this video tutorial, we'll see the working and performance of ASO latex kit from Anamol Laboratories Private Limited. First, let's have a look at the kit components. The kit contains 1 bottle of ASO latex reagent, 1 bottle of ASO positive sample, 1 bottle of ASO negative sample, glass slide, sample dropper, mixing stick, and 3 instructions for use. We recommend all the users to read the instructions for use thoroughly before using the kit. Apart from this, you may require additional items such as individually calibrated pulses or coordinate solutions.
So, itigsa na to na eh.
Let's have a look at the procedure. Click positive control on the first circle. Place 1 drop of negative control on the second circle. And place 1 drop of patient sample on the third circle. Place 1 drop of ASO latex reagent on each of the 3 circles.
Anti-streptolysin O. Cell membrane
Mix the components of individual circles with a mixing stick. Make sure to use a fresh mixing stick or fresh end of the mixing stick for individual circles. Incubate for 2 minutes
Anong white contains your
and rock the
beads,
sides gently.
latex beads. Anadira, nakakot ang mga antibodies against streptolysin O
Once
antigen.
the incubation is complete, observe for agglutination. A positive agglutination in the positive control and no agglutination in the negative control validates the test. As seen in this video, there is no agglutination in the patient sample. Hence, it can be concluded that this patient sample is negative for ASO.
So positive,
Thank you, and we hope this
negative,
video has been helpful for you.
Okay. So, next hapon. Kanina sa rheumatoid latex test kit. Gabase na po siya sa immunological reaction between human IgG bound to biological inert latex particles and RF in the test specimen. Nga, if mag-mix ang latex reagent o serum kay mag-visible ang agglutination. So, video na sad. Same lang actually sila. Same lang sila actually yung procedure sa anti-streptolysin O. Rheumatoid factors lang ang ginagamit. So, kani ang C-reactive protein kay based na po siya between CRP anti-sera bound to biologically inert latex particles and CRP in the test specimen. Now, if equal or greater than the reagent sensitivity ang C-reactive protein, mag-visible na po na ang agglutination. Now, ang procedure ani kay same lang yapon siya sa ASO, pero CRP na itong ginagamit na test. Now, ang Molarzyme anti-nuclear antibody test utilizes the indirect enzyme antibody technique. Now, ang serum sample are incubated with antigen substrate to allow specific binding of autoantibodies to cell nuclei. If ang anti-nuclear antibodies ay kay stable ang antigen antibody complex and na-form na siya. So, after nimo mawat and remove non-specifically bound antibodies on substrate, incubated ng anti-human antibody agent conjugated to 4-radish peroxidase. Now, if positive, if positive ang result, ang nuclei niya kay bright bluish purple staining, mo appear siya as bright bluish purple staining with pattern. While if, sandali lang. While if ang negative, if ang sample kay negative, ang nucleus kay di siya no discernible pattern of nuclear staining. So kato, na-predict mo. Skip lang. Sa kani-kani.
Hey guys, duha sa board exam, yapon ang patterns. Kung scattered, paano ba siya? Kaya na rin.
Yes, I understand.
Ang mga patterns.
Wala daw ba, sir? Kay kani lang, sir. Kay morning homogeneous daw. If dark daw sa darker and homogeneous. Kani ang circle, kani ang centromere, then this is the nuclear. Ano na siya?
So, homogeneous, speckle, centromere, o nuclear. Each pattern represents a specific disease. Ang pinugawa sa board exam, kanin speckle. Favorite is sa board examiner. Speckle. Research ang ninyong mga pattern sa ASA.
So, taas-taas ang procedure sa actually sa Molarzyme. Kay actually same silang advantage sa IFA, ang indirect immunofluorescence assay. Pero ang naka-benefit ng Molarzyme kay photostable, more photostable siya o hindi na siya mag-require of fluorescence microscope. Tapos, ano pa? Ang QVEC. So, QVEC is a rapid and sensitive visual diagnostic test for detection of acute typhoid fever, a disease caused by Salmonella typhi. The test principle for QVEC is based on in-condition magnetic binding immunoassay, a semi-quantitative colorimetric assay that can easily be performed in any laboratory setting. So, ang procedure aning QVEC kay mag-add kag 45 UL sa brown reagent, then add 1 drop of 45 yapon na UL sample to appropriate wells and mix carefully by pipetting up and down 10 times to avoid foaming. Then i-incubate siya on the bench for 2 minutes. Then i-add na sad og ang 90 UL sa blue reagent. Then cover strip and hold across and tilt 90 degrees. Then shake 10 minutes. Then press the tape hard against the plastic to prevent leakage. Then separate 5 minutes ang QVEC color scale to allow clear supernatant then with result. Then, kani ang interpretation para maka-read of result. If less than or equal to 2, negative siya kay wala na kay indicate o current typhoid fever infection. Pero if 3 kay borderline inconclusive score, meaning ana mag-repeat kang analysis. If inconclusive gapon, pag-repeat yung analysis, mag-repeat ulit kang sampling at a later date. Pag 4 na po, meaning weak positive, that indicates indication of current typhoid fever infection. If 6 to 10, positive daw sa strong indication of current typhoid fever infection of student Pachyora. Then indeterminate. Wala daw checklist for obtained due to poor adherence to ASIC protocol. Then if poor adherence ka, repeat analysis. Pero if poor specimen quality, repeat sampling and analysis. Thank you.
Next. Sila lang nabilin.
Ay, tulog na sir.
Tulog?
Ay, yes.
Wala nga, sorry kayo. I have to put a time limit. 10 minutes na. Skip na natin mga video.
Wala video ano sir.
Ang importante, principle, na lesson ng mga principle, and 10 minutes lang guys. Thank you. Para makaulit na po.
Ay, ito na.
Ay, so wait. Si R...
Aras ko sir.
Si Alexi.
Alzada yan. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm discussing clinical chemistry. This is the section where substances found normally in human blood are biologically significant to our body. That's why it's quite essential to us to have these laboratory tests. And also, it detects or measures non-functional metabolites. Okay, the following slides today, guys, FYI lang is, I tried to trim down yun because I to appear it as less wordy as possible because CC is very complex and it's, very, my God. the first part is measurement principles. Blood urea nitrogen or BUN. The highlighted words are the principle na we observe. Urea, curious, GLDH enzymatic. The reaction is monitored kinetically at 340 and by the rate of decrease. Sabi ka boring by absorbent resulting from the oxidation
Take
of...
note sa normal value lang.
This is how I tried to trim down the principle of the BUN. And this here, the second paragraph is the clinical significance of the BUN, how well their kidneys are working, and the normal value is 7 to 24 mg per dl. Next is calcium. The its principle is iron-specific electrolyte, and the explanation is total CA can be measured, but the sample must be pre-acidified to release all bound and complex CA to a free form. And then it is said na, although it is iron-specific electrolyte, but mostly spectrophotometric method is commonly used to measure total CA. So, if common naman dili na lang spectrophotometric.
Actually, halos tanan, no? Halos tanan, magkano si spectro, naging.
Okay, the clinical significance is that too much calcium in your body can weaken your bones, obviously, because calcium is also needed for the bones. And it also creates kidney stones and interfere with how your heart and brain work. And then hypercalcemia is usually a result of overactive parathyroid glands. Normal values is 8.5 to 10.5 mg per dl. Next is locus. This is also the highlighted ones are the most important. This is the principle, hexokinase UV to NADH. And I'll just skip through here. A drop of patient sample is deposited on the slide and is evenly distributed by the spreading layer to the underlying layers. Na nisa, sir? Okay. Okay, so the return of clinical significance. So, ang blood glucose.
Clinical significance na lang pa. Ayun na i-mention
Ado na sila ganito.
Ayun na. Importante sa board exam, kanina naman ako nakakula. Hindi na kaya sila mag-care kung naunsa ang group oxidase, nitrogen peroxide.
Okay, so I'll just discuss the principle. I'll just say the principle and then the clinical significance and the normal values. Clinical significance of glucose is that it is a test to find out if your blood sugar levels are in the healthy range and often diagnosed to help monitor diabetes. Normal values is 90 to 120 mg per dl. Total protein, colorimetry, the principle, as said, dili na discuss yung sana siya mature. And though there are two types of protein in your body, albumin and globulin. Albumin proteins keep fluid from leaking out of your blood vessels. Look at that. Sorry, kaya.
Ang importante yung gumawa niyo sa total protein is the albumin. Sa albumin proteins keep the blood fluid from leaking out your blood vessels. Yung importante.
And then globulin proteins are important role siya in sa immune system. Normal value 6.0 to 8.3 grams per. Nabasa naman ang inyo. Creatinine 2.3 colorimetry. Again, its clinical significance here always sa second paragraph is to measure how well your kidneys are performing their job, and also kidneys they filter away from the blood. Obviously, normal values is 0.7 to 1.4 mg per dl. Next is alkaline phosphatase, multiple point rate colorimetry. Ang baka sa second paragraph, blood tests can be used for screening, diagnosis, and monitoring of liver diseases and other health conditions. Normal values is 30 to 120 IPL. Amylase, again, 2.8 gap on colorimetry, and
pancreas.
Yeah, pancreas and amylase siya, and if inflammation, pancreatitis, and normal values is 40 to 140 units per liter. Total bilirubin, colorimetry again. This test is to find out for the liver, the bilirubin, liver niya siya, and then liver function. Normal values is 1.2 milligrams per deciliter for adults, and then for under 18, 1 mg per dl siya.
So tawag sa plasma, mataas o bilirubin? Icteric sample ang tawag. Cloudy or milky.
Next, direct bilirubin, derived. Bilirubin daw is once it reaches the liver and undergoes a chemical change, it moves to the intestines before being removed through your stool. So sa intestines, the direct bilirubin, normal value niya, it should not be less than 0.3 mg per dl. Okay? Magnesium, colorimetry, its clinical significance is that it is a type of electrolyte, and our body needs magnesium to help our muscles, nerves, and heart work to work properly. Yung magnesium, okay. Normal values is 1.3 to 1.1. Converted to millimole na nila, converted to uric acid, colorimetry again. Its significance is it helps diagnose gout, and then frequent kidney stones also, and to monitor the uric acid level.
Monitor uric acid of people undergoing certain cancer treatments. The uric acid is the byproduct sa kanabitang pagpatay sa mga cancers. Actually, ang cells kung pati sa mga habang for cancer, yung byproduct is uric acid. So, take note.
Normal values is 3.5 to 7.2 milligrams per deciliter. Cholesterol is colorimetry again, and then skip again to the clinical significance is it helps estimate your risk of heart attacks and other forms of heart diseases and diseases of the blood vessels. So, normal values is people age 19 years and younger, that's their 170 mg per dl. For men with age 20 years and older, 125 to 200. Human age 20 years and older, 125 to 200.
Next, sa HDL, colorimetry again. Its clinical significance is it measures the amount of high density lipoprotein, which is a good cholesterol in the body. High levels, high HDL levels may lower your risk for heart disease.
So, mas good kung taas ang HDL na dapat HDL high. So, masyada nga, mas nindot na high. Si LDL low, mas nindot na low sa level. HDL is a good cholesterol.
Okay, HDL more than 45 for men, but in the same one, for 50.
Anong good si HDL? Because si HDL ang siyang transport protein sa cholesterol to your mga deposits. Dili siya kung low si HDL, low mag-transport sa imong mga cholesterol, wala siya sa bloodstream.
Okay. Next is PO4. Phosphate is its clinical period is if the phosphate levels in your blood are too high or too low, it can be a sign of kidney disease or other serious disorder. For adults, its normal values are 2.8 to 4.5 mg per dl, and for children, 4.0 to 7.0 mg per dl. Triglycerides. 40 slides siya.
Nalagyan ko na next na.
Okay, next na.
Importante na basahan ako.
ALT is enzymatic rate method that is observed by the Beckman Coulter na machine. High levels of ALT in the blood can indicate the liver problem, and also before you have signs of liver disease, so more siya marker something ng ALT. Normal values is 7 to 55 units per liter, and normally higher daw in men ang levels sa ALT. Ano man? Tawag kong sarap. LDH, enzymatic rate method, used to identify and doubt the severity of tissue damage in the body. Normal value is 140 to 280 for adults, and it tends to be higher for children and teens. Potassium is potentiometry, its principle, and then its clinical significance is it's an essential nutrient that is found throughout the body and is necessary for healthy cell activity.
Panan electrolytes, kana siya kay specific for vitros, pero sa board exam, panan electrolytes, sodium, potassium, ionized calcium, ila yung main principle. Kana mo good kay change na sa mga scientists, pero sa board exam, ion selective electrode. Ion selective IS.
Its normal value is 3.6 to 5.2 millimoles per liter. Sodium, I think this is the last test. Sodium is both an electrolyte and mineral. Sodium is particularly important for nerve and muscle function. Normal value.
Sodium again po is a marker kung dehydrated ang patient or dealing. So kung mataas ang sodium, dehydrated. Kung ubos ang sodium, over-hydrated. Sobrang inom.
Normal value is 135 to 145. And now let's proceed for the procedures. Of course, centrifuge first the samples, and then look for the patient request form. Always remember that, and then get the appropriate color tube for the test, and then attach the barcode from the request form onto the tube. These procedures is based on my experience during the rotation and the protocol of the lab that is being observed. Okay, sa lab running protocol. And then for iStat, ang procedure na is input operator and patient's ID, scan the barcode, remove cartridge from pouch, pipette corner view out, write patient sample, document, and to the consent over, insert cartridge back to the port, wait for the record flow, electrolytes. Muna niya si iStat, si I. Where's your all control?
Nakakuan mo, nakagamit sa kaya natin ako paggamit.
Si Kondo, also so pero wala ko paggamit man.
So, I start actually, napot siya, hindi na siya, electrolytes na siya sa cartridge, bumasa siya, creatinine, BUN, mura siya routine ng mga chemistry.
Okay, now for the DXC machine. First is put the labeled tubes on the tray racks. Okay, tip na. Like experience na tatananan niya. Okay. Ang principle is dry chemistry. Why? Because it uses strips and then dry reagents to which specimen is added based on reflectance spectrophotometry and it measures
Dili na
reflectance.
siya si Vitros na siya si Ditsix. Spectro to yung kwan. Pero ano siya si Vitros? Ano siya si Dryker? Gawa sa board exam, kung sa nga brand, Vitros Wilson. Answer. Dryker. Okay, sigat po si Dryker.
Eye sensor, easy light. Diri ang atong electrolytes since naka-rotate sa tatanan sa CC.
Muni, electrolytes, okay nga, ISE.
Okay, ISC. And then, analytical technique siya to use determine activity of ions and then also known electromotive for CNS. Biorad and arc ray for HbA1c. For blood glucose, HbA1c. Its principle is high performance liquid chromatography.
Gold standard, high performance liquid chromatography, si HbA1c. What's the principle? Nasa convention na ang
Okay, principle. Tumor markers, CA125.
Si purpose? Ovarian cancer.
Yeah, ovarian cancer.
Remember the number 5? Boros.
CA19 na. So, that's
Same
9.
shape sa 9, Russian pancreas. Ayan, di ba? Si 3, Russian breast.
And then, balik doon eh. Thyroid panel. T3, most often used to diagnose hyperthyroidism. And then, too much thyroid hormone na siya. And then, T3 tests are frequently ordered with T4 and TSH tests. A T3 test may also be used to monitor treatment for thyroid diseases. For short, thyroid din siya. And then,
Si TSH, muna kita thyroid stimulating hormone. Siya ang hormone na mo responsible to stimulate the thyroid gland to produce T3 and T4. So, importante lang may bawaan ninyo, kung sa'yo pasabot sa primary hyperthyroidism, primary hypo and thyro, secondary hypo and hyper, of tertiary hypo hypo and hyper. So, kung primary hyperthyroidism, nana siya, pag-ani ka na table, meaning taas si T4, T3, pero ubos si TSH. Ano man, kasi thyroid gland, si thyroid stimulating hormone, siya mag-stimulate sa thyroid gland na produce of T3 o T4. So kung primary hyperthyroidism, meaning primary hyper. Meaning si thyroid gland, nag-produce na siya daan o taas na T3 o T4. So si TSH, ubos. Kaya dili naman ang brain, nagkuha naman siya, nag-sense naman siya nga, dili na kung produce o taas na TSH. Taas naman daan si T3 o T4. Pag primary hypothyroidism, si T3, si T4 ubos. Ngunang si brain, pagkaan siya nga ay, dapat taaso na ang TSH para mo-stimulate si thyroid gland. Masabtan?
T4, thyroxine, helps control metabolism and growth. And then TSH, ang yaring function there is to process whether the thyroid gland is working the way it should be. Next, cardiac markers. Last na last na cardiac markers. Troponin I measures level troponin G. These proteins are related to heart muscle. Are released siya when the heart muscle has been damaged and then yara din magawa sa heart attack magagawa yun.
Then CKMB, creatinine kinase MB. So, actually sa follow-up test sa elevated na creatinine kinase, and then whether, and it is determined whether natay increased heart damage or skeletal muscle damage. Also, assist siya diagnosis of acute myocardial infarction.
Si CKMB has three types. CKMM, CKMD, o CKBB. CKMM, mostly sa skeletal muscle. CKMB, mostly sa cardiac. CKBB is brain. HS stroke eye, specific in the heart.
ProBNP, brain natriuretic peptide to detect heart failure, and then measures brain natriuretic peptide. ProBNP. D-dimer, used to check for blood clotting problems, blood clots, compound problems such as deep vein thrombosis, pulmonary embolism. We're done. We're done. Thank you.
Double time na guys sa mo. Pasensya gid kayo kay kami gid itong time. But don't worry, tagas man mo open. Tagas man mo score na po.
Ay, yay!
Tagas mo pa ni Nay mo.
Istopat. Yes.
Tipo lang, istopat. Tapos step of reset. Say what?
Wala bang flavor apa ka, sir?
Ako na pa group to na bulat na ginawa sa inyo. Sa group to na join ko din. Para ma-concentrate with building sa inyo.
Sorry. Maganda pa ta? Wala nagsabot kasi mag-TikTok mo din tayo. Charla.
We snacks daw guys!
Hala, nakasabog. Kailangan. Hala, nag-lubos. Ay, dili-dili, gid siya snack bakla. Kuhaan lang, kanang makaon-kaon lang.
Gitagano mo nilang tissue section. Kaon. Actually, breast sample din.
Ano, wait sa, ano kuhaan sa nipilit.
Parapin, may mga tabay ko.
Parapin black, bakla. Mga pellet.
Parapin silubita.
Uy, nara sa pipiting. Don't worry. Kanila, sir, tungkol sa ulan. Tungkol sa ulan.
Na-pressure ka ka. Ay, kay online niya. Online niya. Next na lang sa examen.
Pwede after. Ay.
It's a PDF.
PDF inyo?
Sila lang sa unang kasi wala po ng ulan niya.
Mapil ang
Plebo, kanbakot.
Mga internet guys. Say mo daw siya.
Ay, never mind. Nanaday siya yun. Sorry.
Sorry. You're a good spot. You're a good spot.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so welcome to histopathology. So brief definition lang sa histopathology. Ay, Ezekiel Caballero, sir. Histos, from the ancient Greek word histos, meaning tissue, and then pathos, which means disease or suffering, and then logos, which means the study of. So therefore, the histopathology is the microscopic examination of tissue in order to study the manifestations of diseases. So before we start, nakoy question. Ang makatupag na ay prize. So it is a microtomy machine for cutting tissue at a low temperature.
Ayos na.
Ay, correct.
Wow!
Kumuha na siya, cryostat, also known as frozen section. At napay next question, what is the working principle of the cryostat? Sige, search ninyo. 5, 4, nagsaman. Cryostat ha, frozen. So, nana din ha ang kuan. Correct. Rapid freezing. 1 point. So, the working principle of the cryostat is rapid freezing. So, basically, gina-convert niya ang water sa tissue into ice, which also acts as the embedding media, which allows the tissue to be sectioned. So, ang tissue, ma-firmer siya if lower ang temperature, but if higher ang temperature, ma-soft ang tissue. So, ang frozen section, di ba, kay rapid siya, unlike sa kanang mga biopsy na ginapasa sa histopathology. Kay ang frozen section, kuha nyo na siya, unfixed nga specimen, and usually ginagamit na siya sa kanang during surgery bitaw, niya na ay gi-resect na tumor ang surgeon, niya kailangan nila ma-check if within the margins ba ang ilahang na-resect na tumor. Mo na siya rapid ang kuan frozen section. May video pero next ay kuan di ay. So sa siya mga histopat na sila ng mga students. Next na nito. Okay, so next is question na po niya siya ha. Papagani. This machine consists of 2 modules that together create an ergonomic workstation for the production of paraffin blocks. Isotech. Sakto, bright gani sila. Oy!
Sure, bitang po sa inyong mga sa inyong mga reporting mas required perfect yung quiz.
So, the principle, ano siya? So, ang TissueTech is an automated embedding system. It is used to accurately and precisely orientate a histological specimen into a block or paraffin wax. This will allow the support and firm hold of the tissue sample so that fine cutting of thin sections for histological and diagnostic purposes. So, during embedding, ang pinaka-important na step sa embedding is the orientation of the tissue specimen. Kay, if sayo pang imuhang orientation, pag tanawa na sa pathologist, naa siya ma-miss na mga tissue elements. o naapoy uban nga tissue elements nga ma-damage during microtomy. Mo na siya. So, video na po. Next na. Thank you. That's all. Si Shana lang. Shana, take the floor. Ay! Ay! Naman na-reveal. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, mga sexy selfies.
Na-reveal.
Nakaya na, sir?
Sige, next question. It is the principal tissue stain used in histopathology. It is the principal
H&E.
Perfect! Uy, nawala. H&E.
Wow.
Okay, next. So the staining procedures are, okay, deluxing, dehydration, hematoxylin, differentiation, brewing, dehydration, curing, and cover slipping. And please remember, we have regressive staining sa H&E. So double check saline for 3 minutes, and then followed by another saline for 2 to 3 minutes. And the first bath is used by ethanol, absolute ethanol for 2 minutes. This is the first bath. And after which we have the regressive method, so absolute to 95%, and then wash dye back. After that, we stain with hematoxylin or either Harris or Ernest for 15 to 30 minutes. Okay, and after that, we have to wash again on using tap water para ma-remove lang yung excess stain. And also, we have our differentiation. Using 1% acid alcohol for 10 to 30 minutes or until nga na ay changes sa color, especially for nuclei. After that, we have to rinse again with tap water, and we have now the brewing, which is in ammonia water for 5 minutes. Or we could use the aqueous lithium carbonate for 30 seconds. And then wash again for 5 minutes, and we have our counter stain using for 5 minutes. Okay, last two. If aqueous ang using yung gamit, we have to wash and differentiate it with the use of tap water until there is a blue black sa iyang nuclei. And the rest dahil kay pink. Okay? And then, if yung gamit naman kay 70% alcohol, if gamit naman alcohol, 70% alcohol muna. And then we have to dehydrate, clear, and mount. Okay, another question.
Oh, wala ka ba?
Give the steps in H&E staining procedure.
Katong general lang.
Steps daw, steps of H&E.
Steps sa H&E.
Dili katong first nga 9 ka po.
Oh!
Mutubod mo ba?
Wala, wala pang answer.
Wala.
Sige, sa water, teacher, ba't
Okay,
general lang.
Lain na lang, tagay naglain.
Ay, wala ka ng papanikulaw ang answer.
Monitor na lang. Light na lang, sir. Sige. Before, kato na lang next na question.
Okay. Next question. How
Ako
many?
na lang magkuhan. Really?
Sige, sir.
Sa man niya sample ang pinakuhan sa hematoxylin. Pinastain. Pinaka-common.
Kami, sir,
Dili ko mo. Ayaw mo lang. Sa man. H&E, yung sa pinaka-common na sample. Glue Pio, asa gikan ang blood.
Blood smear, sir.
Share ang yapan niya.
Okay,
Next question.
next question. How many steps are there in tissue processing?
Tissue processing.
Wala pa yun.
Apel ang optional or wala?
Seven.
Pag-Gregorius kay ano? 11.
Sige, sige.
Pag-Gregorius kay 11.
11. Apel ang decalcification.
Pinagyan ko na. Sige, bye. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Example.
Very, opposite attract. Ang acidic or basic acid. And if you see the acidic metal, so may stage and basic or the acidic structure. So, bali sila. Opposite attract. Okay!
I-close.
Wala pa, sir.
Question.
Again, another. It is used to differentiate between variety of cells in vaginal smears.
Ayaw na, bawal na. Pinakauna mo taas na. 1, 2, 3, go!
Saan is kulaw?
Correct. Dapat ito. So our thinning procedure. Okay. So here the 95% alcohol. And synthetic, 70% and then 50%. Then we wash it with distilled water kung sa Infinita water na rin siya high distilled water. And then we also use the hepatoxylin and then wash again para mawala ang excess stain. And then we have to put it on quick dip lang sa yes. And then wash and then for water na tayo, 0.1%. Mag-blue na tayo sa then 15% alcohol, your breath, increasing lang ulit sa 50, 70, and 95. The same 15 seconds. And then, only after, basta only sa 2 minutes, then, the same lang ethanol na 96%.
Sir, saan yung standard sa pag-dip sa anak? 1, 2, 1. Kaya mag-sila lagi na.
Dali, mag-good siya.
We are on the last topic. Last na dito guys. So, na to sa tissue processing. So, for small lang, smaller block ang sa next. Ha? Nabalik. Okay, first and foremost, fixation. Do not accept the specimen if it's not fixed and no label. Then we have to lapit sa fixation para mag-preserve ang iyahang morphological cells. So yung na.
Then before, kapal lang karang concept lang ko. Napay step before fixation depende sa specimen. So, katong mga bony specimen, especially mga teeth, sa may pinaka-common na nitric, pag umatris, decalcify yan.
Wala na.
Wala water pricer.
Isa ra. Kay Bono
Increasing natin sa increasing solution of ethanol. 70%, 90%, then 100%, 50, 30, and 45 minutes. After this, we have to clear. We use saline, 1 to 3 na saline. Then infiltration na tayo sa para ma-clear lang ang katuan niya. Mapunta na siya sa then, we have to embed after mag-embed na ta, ibutan na sa mold, sa cassette, ibutan na sa mold, ipagahit siya, making sure na dapat totally cold siya, kaya para pag mag-microsome na ta, hindi siya mag-milky, and something, Kada siyang ribbon.
Package na.
Oh, yes, sir. Pag ribbon. And then, mounting. So, yung pag-ribbon natin. Pero, magagamit natin yung water bath 6 to 10 degrees Celsius below the melting point of your used wax. Paraffin kasagaran na gamit sa embedding. And then, to mawala ang freeze or kanang ma-flatten out, and then you have to, before staining, you have to dry it. Mag-dry sa kaya tayo mag-stain. Buman sa staining, mag-dry na lang sa staining. After this, you have to put auto-keep para ano siya, sir? Mag-treat na siya, sir. Pwede na siya basahon sa aga. That's all, sir.
Oy, bonus daw.
Ay, bonus.
Bonus. Enumerate the steps of tissue processing. Magkano ba mismo? Kisa, wait sa. 1, 2, 3. Sige.
Fixation, derivation, theory, interpretation, learning, section copy, ngayon, routine, training.
Saan number 7?
Training.
7. Okay. Thank you.
Guys, thank you, guys.
Ulit ako, sir. Ay, welcome pressure, sir. Dapat our question lunch natin. Back lunch.
Ada pizza. Ikaw mo yun. Don't worry, mubura kaya mo guys.
Bidungan pa.
Sige sa amin. Ay, good afternoon guys. So, dire ta sa ko ano, nakasuyok din himutang.
Sige, guys.
Ka-drug testing yung hit siya.
Dapat may question, pero among ihatag bitaw. I promise siya, magka-jowa mo. So, drug testing, very short lang, very quick. So, kabalo ba tayo na metabolites ang ginagtas under drug testing? Sige na, magka-jowa ang Yes, kaya. Shabu and marijuana. So, ang amo lang present today is a procedure, specimen collection, chain of custody, and the unique weight hack is the principal. So procedure, the client must present a valid ID. This is to check if ang katong case ay ang client, dili daw siya ginatawag o patient, in a sister, kay dili man siya patient. So ginatawag sila client para ma-check nimo if siya pagid to. Second is receptionist issue to charge ticket, client pays at the cashier, patient leave all of these his or her personal belongings at the counter. This is to prevent the substitution, the alteration, and the dilution of the sample the urine specimen. Next is the urine collector then instructs the client to wash hands with plain water, then air dry washing is done in a designated area only. For the same purpose, yapon sa D, guys.
So guys, additional info lang di ay sa ID. If ever na-drug test mo, bawal ang mga non-photo ID. Bawal credit card, debit card, bisan ka unsa ka daw ang sulod, bawal na siya. Bawal mo ka percent of ID sa imong friend. O for example, ako na magkuhan, bawal na siya. Kabalo naman siguro sa ana. So dapat valid ID.
So, additional pa sa procedure, dapat kay prescribed clean urine specimen, ang ginatawag sa polyethylene bottle. Next is after collection of the urine, the specimen is submitted to the collector for inspection. Kay malay mo, nag-submit siya o ganang urine light or water record. So, to check that whether the specific gravity or pH. Next is the specimen is likewise assessed for temperature. Science is directed to the computer system for the picture taking. Specimen is submitted to the staff in charge for analysis. And if the result is negative, the screening result is released. Pero if positive siya, kailangan siya confirmatory. Pero na-mention ni Sir na once positive, the laboratory kung asa siya nagpa-test is kana responsible para sa expenses na ma-check siya sa reference lab which is dito sa East Avenue. Next is while waiting for the confirmatory test result, the patient undergoes counseling.
Again guys, ang confirmatory East Avenue.
East Avenue Medical Center.
Tapos guys, ang katong i-mention ganina, mahal actually magpa-confirmatory. So gingon sa mga is 10,000 if positive. Dili siya i-shoulder sa client, i-shoulder sa lab, gingon ni Mary. Tapos dapat every year magatag-og ka ng result ang laboratory sa ilahang mga negative o positive. Kaya ma-question po mo if daghan kayo negative, so wala gid may positive. So base ikuan mo, i-check mo if kay base negative na lang tayo kay para mahadok mo gasto og GC meal. So yung learn share ko lang. So let's go to the specimen collection. We have the authorized specimen collector. Ang authorized specimen collector is dapat is at least high school graduate with training. Dili na siya basta-basta lang, dapat undergo pag training. Designated specimen collector, so mo sa authorized collection protocol, chain of custody, muna siya. Tapos guys, ano naman ang mga dili pwedeng as ASC or authorized specimen collector. Bawal ang client, bawal ang employer of the client, bawal ang owner of the establishment. So bawal na sila may ASC. Ang ASC, they will ensure the integrity of the specimen, check the temp, and check if any tampering na aba. So muna saan sa bawal sa ASC. Next is, iya pong ginabuhat is, muna ito siya akong dimension, nadaling seal the specimen, integrity, temp check, ano man gipang mention. Tapos, employer, muna yung bawal ako ito di gipang mention. So, collection site, we have actually remote and on-site. Ang on-site is a laboratory. Ang remote, we have jail, hospital, school, we have, kung saan rin siya pwede mahitabo ang mga remote. For example, we have bypass operation, warrantless na mga kuad. Dili ba na siya ingon nga, dili ba siya ingon mo, ato sila lab. Usually sa jail, di ba? So, mga siya mga remote sa collection site. Or if ang patient dili kalihok, physically ill, need ni siya ka ng permission from the BHFS or CHD Sanris prior if water na niyo siya. So BHFS is actually the regulating agency for licensing and operation sa laboratory. Next, we have two types of specimen, the single specimen and our split specimen. Single, from the word itself, single, 60 ml, yun na siya. Split is 30-30. This is actually done if I request mo need siya split specimen. Kaya usually, ginubuhat na ito is ato ang 60 ml. Pero if mag-request na split, 30-30. So there are actually different types of specimen. Ako na lang insert. Kaya kanang, ang commonly, nganong urine man ang ginagamit. It's because sa other specimens, wala sa reference standardized procedure. Ang urine lang na reference standardized procedure. Ang urine po ang pinaka-SS. Pinakadali kuhaon. Ang urine po ang kanang least expensive. The rest are expensive siya. Most accurate nga specimen sa man. Blood actually. Blood actually ang most accurate pero siya po ang pinaka-expensive. So we also have the hair. Hair is actually, ang iyang kailangan is 1.5 cm by 1.5 cm na hair. Ang hair is pwede siyang, dili siya, bisan pag mag-abstinence ka for 1 week, ma-detect yapon siya. Unlike sa urine, kung nakaplano, dapat, malinoon, kung nakaplano, pwede na siya negative if mag-abstinence ka for like a week. Dili na siya ma-detect after dayon. Ang hair is ma-detect yapon siya. We have saliva, 30 ml ang kailangan. We have also sweat. Gali lang ang sweat is prone siya for contamination kasi siyempre sweat man. So atong kailangan is BFAD approved sweat patches is igutang siya for 7 to 14 days. Oh, yes, muna siya. What ang other specimens?
Days na mawala
Possible ang 7 days.
Samot na dahil mo
Pwede na.
mag-water ka, madilyog siya.
Pwede po actually ka, if gusto dyan ka, mag-inom ka dagan ng water para wala siya sa immune system. Pwede po ka maging diuretics like beer, tea. Muna siya akong gibuhat. Charis. Muna to siya guys, at tawag ato actually is internal dilution. We have internal and external dilution. Internal dilution is kato mag-inom kag tea, mag-inom kag beer, mga diuretics ana. External is katong imo jung i-mixan og water. Pero makabalot na mag-i-mixan siya og water because of specific gravity and also temperature, which is i-check sa ASC. Yeah. So next is diretso sa step in collection. Muna to i-check in ang supply, ba if may kamutana ang atong client, atong tubagon. Tapos build up the step 1 of CCF. CCF is chain of custody form. Ang step 1 of CCF is atong mga basic information na kailangan mga nasa page sa client. The next is give the specimen bottles sa client. I-observe din mo ang collection. At one time, if daghan bitaw, dili siya pwede nga, sige, dungan mo kihi, ana. Dili pwede dapat mo na time lang, kaya para dili ma-divide yung mga tension. Kaya possible na i-tamper sa isa, mga na bitaw. So, mga din siya in connection sa step 5, observe unusual behavior, kaya basi na siya butang, ana, or like dili dito yung ihi. We find ways ba dyan ang Pinoy. So, na siya ang note, because the client may tamper the specimen. Next is, we have to ask the donor to remove outer garments if possible na dyan niya gitago ang mga pwede niya isago sa ihi. We need to examine the pocket again para iwas tamper, and ask the donor to wash and dry hands. Remove coats, one only clean, kung bakit niya gitago. Tapos, measure temp, volume, inspect adulteration, within the field of the step 2 and step 3 of the CCF. Ang chain of custody form na siya actually step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ang step 2 of 3 is actually done by the ASC. Kaya nga naman, dili na ito po ang checking of temperature, checking of integrity, wala siya. Dahil nanagi ko yung note, always check the temperature, it should be warm. Close us and things of one, and siya matong step, under na siya sa step 4 sa atong CCF, and then next, atong last step na dahil for our specimen collection is to on step 5, which is last na siya sa CCF course.
Mugwa sa board exam, guys, within how many minutes it checks AS sunrise specimen collector urine? I don't know, mugid din siya ang answer, pero 4 minutes dili daw. Alam mo, abalong dili around of pag 5 minutes. Ang question ko, saan di bigay 5 minutes? 4 minutes ang answer. Nice to know.
So chain of custody, the chain of custody laboratory has provided outline regarding chain of custody procedures during accessioning or receiving, aliquoting, initial and confirmatory testing and deposition of specimen, and aliquot to this. Actually, ang chain of custody, guys, is very broad with siya na topic. Kaya it is, manong na may chain of custody rule, it is under unsa man sa MT laws. RA 9165. RA 9165 is kanang Dangerous Drugs Act. Tapos, it is kanang amended. Unsa man ang na-amend? RA 10640. Wala siya.
Unang sa MD laws.
Oh. So, na siya. So, tani guys, so chain of custody, di ba? Chain of custody. So, each link dapat connected. Each step must ma-comply. There are instances na dili siya mabuhat nga naman. Akong na-mention ganina po. Bypass operations. Bypass operations, warrantless na mga operation, possible nga dili ma-follow ang chain of custody. Pwede siya kay nga as long as na itong mga evidence, this is actually mentioned sa section 21 of RA 9165. So, narito ang chain of custody, RA 9165. Section 21, katong if dili ma-follow, kung saan ipang-follow, if dili masunod ang link sa chain of custody. Ibas-basa lang na mo ha. So, mo ito siya gimension na ako actually, ang uban. So, PHFS, again, regulatory agency. Ang katong, sila ang mag-check sa katong sa laboratory. So, we have the form, katong CCF, nga kung ipang-mention ganyan, na-mention ako na po ang steps 1 to 5 of CCF. Tapos, nara CCF, use each type of specimen collected should be available at the drug testing. Mga to siya, guys. Mga to kay very kuan ang chain of custody, basta kay na siya sa RA 9165. Amo na lang ning summarize, sorry. So, next na dayon, ay, what a chain of custody, Japan siya, guys.
So last part is the principle of kadang sakit nga itong ginagamit. So it uses immune chemical reaction between antibodies and antigens to analyze particular compound in human urine specimen. The assay relies competition for binding antibody. Kabantay mo na ang kit sa pregnancy, kaya diba, if double line, positive. Well, for drug testing, if double line, kay negative siya. Because kanang, once mo drop ka sa test kit of kanang urine, ang kanang if ever nga na ay high level or high concentration nga beyond sa cut-off nga kanang sa drug compounds bitaw or dagan kay drug compound nga ma-found sa urine mo compute magud siya sa kanang conjugate na antibody nga naa sa sakit. So if dagan kayo siya maunhan niya si drug conjugate mo na nga dili mo appear ang line. Well, if negative siya, mauna si drug conjugate mo bind siya sa antibody mo nang mo appear ang kanang red line. So, mara siya. So, bali siya sa pregnancy test kit. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tita.
Woo!
Let's go, research.
Okay, I'm going to report about phlebotomy. The topic outline is the introduction of phlebotomy, order of draw, process flow of patient, and then the advancements or machine in phlebotomy. So phlebotomy is the process of making an incision in a vein with a needle. The procedure is known as a venipuncture. In short, tusok-tusok lang tagay sa vein. Ang first vein of choice, the median, then the second is the cephalic, and then the third, which is the left, is the bacil. Then this is the order of draw. Natay acronym, which is boys love ravishing girls like dieters love Greek yogurt. Para dali rin na to. Boys love ravishing girls like dieters love Greek yogurt. Like dieters love Greek yogurt.
Grabe. Ikaw.
So order of draw. Blood collection tubes must be drawn in a specific order to avoid cross-contamination of additives between tubes. So the first tube na dapat ma-filled is the yellow, or the test is the blood culture. Then the liquid part, post-centrifugation is the plasma, and the inversion is 8 to 10 times. The second is light blue, the coagulation tube, PTT of the the inversion 3 to 4 times. Then the red, no additive. Sorry, wala ng 5 times. None siya, non-inversion. So, ang gold may 5 times inversion. SST, then serum ng liquid part. Then, ang gray, sa gray ta. Sa gray kay sodium chloride, or it inhibits glycolysis. Then, ang lavender, mo na siya. EDTA, din sa DCESR, important. Ang mostly nga ko na kay HbA1c. 8 to 10 times.
Naisa ka tube sa kuan na sa ESR. Diri kay lavender mo pa yung ginagamit, di ba? Lavender atong ginagamit sa EDTA. Pero sa board exam, naisa ka color sa ESR. Pink ang color, pink. Ang iyang additive or yung anticoagulant kay sodium citrate. Parehang yapon sa kuan.
So next, process flow of patient. So ID patient, approach the patient in friendly and calm manner. Dapat comfortable ang patient. Then assess patient's disposition or physical disposition. Verify the patient condition, fasting, dietary, basal state, stress. Then check requisition form para assess sa patient na apply ko dapat i-ask mo patient kung nabi siya allergy sa antiseptic, adhesives, or latex. Then check requisition form for proper identification of patient, find suitable venipuncture site, then prepare equipment such as gloves, gloves, tubes, etc. Prepare patient and function site. Dapat maingon ka kung magtusok na ka para di masya ka ang patient. Then perform venipuncture, collect sample in proper container. So collect sample dapat gyapon or draw. For example, kung CPC, EDTA, then bandayan, Lord Illustrator. Assess any possible complication. Decide if your sample is needed, kung basin kulang or nag-clot. Label collection tubes at bedside or sa nag-collect. Kay label kay importante gini siya kay kung wala mo label dapat i-reject. Reject or di ba kung may label? Para immediately send specimens to lab whether there is difference or next. Monica kanina, proper identification of patient. The phlebotomist is responsible for correctly identifying the patient using 2 unique patient identifiers that include the patient's complete first name and last name, medical record of the hospital, and date.
Take note guys, identification sa patient, 2 unique patient identifiers. Hindi lang yung name, but also dapat primary ganun nyo eh. Siyempre ang name, first of last. And second primary unique patient identifier, either hospital number, which is hindi na ito na ginagamit din or pinakasayon date of birth. Date of birth.
Okay. Then, the advancements in phlebotomy or machine in phlebotomy, nakuligo ang ipon. Kaya maramay ko man yung ginagamit dito sa lab. iStat or ABG machine. The iStat is an in vitro whole blood analyzer that uses single-use cartridges for critical care tests at the point of care, such as blood gases, electrolytes, metabolites, and coagulation. Pero makita ang benefit of kunin ay CKMBC. Then, nanda ko yung video pero search na lang. Then the vein viewer. So, ang vein viewer, kung maglisod ka kuan or bago pa lang ka, or wala kay salisin pa galingon, ay vein viewer. Video, ay, napaday. Benefits, practitioner are, okay, new to phlebotomy will have more confidence and greater success with venipuncture. Video. Search. Thank you.
No, generally, kuan man, maayo man din ang inyong pag-report. So, nalay gamay na kulang gyapon, no? Syempre, katong principles, ay uban nga wala kay na-explain. But generally, dako rin yung scores. So, I hope na inyo na-learn by heart. Again, pag sa quizzes ninyo, based sa akong ipagtanaw sa inyong mga exam, ay sa inyong mga PowerPoint output, pan get, nindot ang inyong pan. I think more or less makapasar get na